All right. We're not working too hard today. We're just kind of hanging out and gonna get some of this stuff organized here a little bit. Let me fix this guy just a little bit. I think that looks a little better. Make sure Werewolf's looking good for this morning while we're kind of hanging out. Yeah, we'll get going here and check some things out. I got some grading to do, and I've got some work to do for work. So we'll just kind of hang out and see what's going on here. If anybody's got any Linux type questions and want to ask me about them, I will answer them. Shunya over on the YouTube side, how's it going? We're just kind of hanging out today. Make that just a little bit smaller. Hold on. Yeah, that's a little better. There we go. All right, he's a little bit smaller now. My little Linux guy there. All right. Well, let's keep an eye on the lab environment. I'll have some stuff going on. I'll probably take some notes as we kind of go. But yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. I do have the. Let's see if I can pop this up for a second on stream here. I want to show you guys something here for people that are interested in our group. There is a Discord. Where's that here? Hold on. Boom. Why is Discord behind everything? Kind of weird. Alright, give me a second here, guys. Make it visible. There we go. Done. Very strange that it's not visible. Move it down, move it back up. Still not visible. That's always fun. Let's see. Yes, we want to use this. Huh. Oh, it's a weird bug to find. Can't make it visible even if you put it over everything else. That's a strange bug to find. We're gonna give him one more chance. Alright. Finally. Multiple times before that finally popped up like that. But anyways, I want to show you guys that we've got these events coming up. There's always things to kind of, there's a couple study groups coming up that you guys can go join if you want. Those are free. Just go hang out down in the study groups channel with the different guys. We've got our professional Linux users group Linux Systems Administration course. That's free as well. Go hang out in there with those guys. I run those. We're up to week 11 now. And then we've got a New Year event. We always just do something fun for the New Year, give away stuff and hang out. And then we're going to have Michael Pessa come and talk to you guys January 11th. He wanted to talk Kubernetes, but he was busy moving and some other stuff, so he didn't get to talk to you guys around the same time as my brother did. So there's that. Oh, Akshunya, you want to do some Kubernetes labs? Yeah, we could work those in probably. And then Enzo Bear, how's it going? We're not working too hard today. Just kind of hanging out and doing all the Linux, as it were. So let me hide this, get this Discord out of the way, and we'll just kind of sit here and hang out. And I will note that we are going to do do some. All right, we'll do some Kubernetes labs. We'll definitely do some of those and work on those a little bit. So that'll be good. Other things that I'm doing, I'm just kind of hanging out here, and I'm grading. I got to grade some papers in another window. Unfortunately, you guys can't see that stuff because of FERPA, FERPA. If you've never heard of that, that's the thing that basically says I can't show you guys grades. I wouldn't show people's grades anyways. That feels weird, even if you didn't know the people. That's not a thing that you typically do. So I'll be grading on a different window that you guys don't see, but we'll just be hanging out. If you guys have questions or want to work on anything, I know we'll do some Kubernetes labs. But other than that, we're just kind of co-working and hanging out right now. So give me a second. I'll be right back. I'll also get a Ranger Cam up here in a little bit. I haven't seen Ranger Cam since last night because my internet went down 3 times yesterday. My Cox internet went down. And that's super annoying, guys. Like when you're an engineer and you do everything remotely, but I always have a secondary line. So I have a secondary line that comes into my house. And I had to jump to that second line twice last night while I was on a call with my college students. I had about probably close to 200 college students in a call, and I had to jump when my internet failed during the call. So that was kind of a hassle. But all right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's get since I have this up, let me put together some Ranger Cam. Let's see, Ranger Cam. Yep, Ranger's down there laying around. I'll put that up here in a second so you guys can see him. Let's check our lab servers, our logs, and our security, because those are always important. And then, is this Rachner deal still going? Yeah, we saw some pretty cool little deals the other day, so I'll probably post that up so you guys can see that stuff too. Let me make a new. What am I gonna call that? Let's make that a new source. Source, screen capture. I'll put that more in the middle. Maybe we'll move log sec over a little bit so it's not as big. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe that'll work. Give me a second here, guys. I'm playing with my formatting a little bit. That'll probably be mostly fine most of the time right there. I'll do that for now, and then I'll turn that on rotate so you guys can watch Ranger Cam and stuff. Yeah, I actually just put the Rack Nerd one on up here, so yeah, I don't know if they're. I mean, that's still relatively cheap for what you'd be getting if you guys were looking for something like that. 4 vCPUs and 5 gigs of RAM. That's not terrible for what it is. They sold out, huh? Oh well, I mean, not all deals last forever, I guess. Look, there's Ranger Dog down there, hanging out, being a Ranger Dog. So, and then X Shunya, are you on both sides? Are you on both Twitch and YouTube? Because I'm seeing you in both places. All right, what am I doing then? I am gonna grade some stuff while we hang out. You guys let me know if you need anything. I'm just kind of hanging out. Make sure you guys can hear the music. Hopefully that's not too low. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think the music's good. Put it right about there at 12. That's pretty good. Yeah, Exunya, I don't even know who originally told us about this. We were just sitting on stream the one day, and then I still think 1099 is a pretty good deal for the year, and that's less than $1 a month for that thing. So I like how Ranger just sleeps with his ears up. He just doesn't even care anymore. So, oh, nice, Boris, nice. All right. Hang out. I gotta grade a little bit. This is a ping connectivity test lab for my students. You guys can't see it, unfortunately, but I'm gonna be grading it on the other screen. I'm over being sick from 2 weeks ago, but man, it's like just taken me a long time to recover and get back to. I need to get back to wrestling. I'll get back to that. I meant to go all this week, but I just stayed in bed because it's kind of cold in Phoenix. It's getting down in the 40s. That's Fahrenheit, by the way. But I don't know. You know, Phoenix. It was hot until like fucking beginning of this month, so it just barely cooled down. So that's funny. I'm not lean followed. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Don't want to chat. Don't want to chat at all with the bot. I don't want to chat with the bot. First student has nothing in his assignment, so I think he turned in the wrong one. That happens sometimes with students. They'll download the wrong one. I'm not lean. I am just hanging out and doing kind of co-working session. You guys can see my environment. You can see what's going on inside of the home lab. You can see people attempting to log into my systems. And other than that, it's just kind of us hanging out today. Never fear. Did you catch up on everything? I mean, it's literally hours and hours of work to catch up on that Linux course. I know, but I did write it like that so that people could get a lot out of it. I hope. So, yeah, lots of stuff to work on, lots of stuff to talk about. All right, I'm checking pings. This student gets a 60. 60 out of 60. Good work. So what I do when I look through my grades, I look for the students to have completed all the topics. There's 2 check boxes they have to check in the stuff that I'm grading, and basically it's that they've done the pings correctly and that they have the IP addresses set correctly in their environment. So that's what I normally look for. and then I take off points. Like in the case of the one I'm looking at now, I have to take off some points. Need to ping all 4 addresses because they didn't ping all 4 addresses. So now, well, there you go. And then they can get more points. My students can always turn in and fix if they don't do all the work. I always allow my students to fix things and turn them back in. Actually, there's a fun story of a plane that landed in the Atlantic Ocean because its tanks were filled with freedom units instead of regular leaders. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Oh, you know what? Let's pull up another one I really like to show you guys. There's always this. If you guys don't know, there's always upcoming events from NOAA. So NOAA is a National Oceanographic Atmospheric Agency. You guys know I'm somewhat. I work with them, but mostly just in the. I work on the contractor side, maintaining. Actually, I built out all of their current program for back-end like supercomputing work. And I always try to show you guys, like, there's a tremendous amount of ways to get involved with that if you're like, hey, I like doing Linux, but I don't just want to do Linux, right? So that is a good career path. Like, not everybody wants to do all Linux, and some of you guys want to do like more systems administration or systems engineering, but there's a lot of data stuff to do. And some of you guys are programmers. Some of you guys just happen to play around in Linux a little bit. Well, there's a tremendous amount of ways to get involved that aren't just Linux, and I'm always trying to show you guys that stuff as well. I'm not lean, said I'm getting into this world learning Linux and Windows fundamental, a bit of networking. What other place should I look to? So I'm not lean. What I would do is find a group that you can hang out with. You know, our Discord is 3,200, you know, engineers or potential engineers in the Linux space. And if that's something that's interesting to you, you're welcome to join the Discord. I just linked that for you. I'll link it for the guys over on, I'll link it for the guys over on YouTube as well. And basically just wherever you go, whether it's with us or somewhere else, find somebody that you can hang out with and talk shop with. Talk about what engineers are doing. Find out what kind of system stuff is kind of up and coming. There's a lot of free ways to start getting involved. I would definitely study networking, like you mentioned. I have a background in networking, so I'm a big fan of doing networking. Big fan of security, but security kind of comes from understanding the basics of things. Most all of my security accomplishments over my career have been because I understood how networking and Linux and the basic components of the things work, and then that made me better at, you know, finding things or fixing things because I understood the basics. Never fear, you said I wanted to hold off. My job sent me an advanced Windows security course. They want me to take. Plus, I'm back in school finishing up my degree at the same time. Loved your course. Wouldn't want wait, so I'm behind, but I'll do it anyways. Yeah, it's good. Look, the course is free. You guys can go hang out on YouTube and look at that all you want. It's also all free inside of the Discord, so you guys are welcome to do that. I'm never going to charge anything for that course. It's just kind of hanging out, you know, hanging out and working on stuff with friends. FRENS, not FRIENDS. No, I'm just kidding, but it's, you know, just working on stuff and getting better at getting this stuff to go. All right, hold on. I got to grade some more papers. Let me keep working on this. This one it's got the IPs. It's got the pings. Yep, perfect score. I'm just going to keep looking at this. Yeah, we have a lot of people, never fear, Boris, we have a lot of people that I think just are, you know, really genuinely interested in helping people. I've done a good job, I think, of surrounding myself with engineers and other people who are interested in the mission, which is to take you guys that do this as amateurs, right? People that do this for fun. Nothing wrong with being an amateur in life, guys. Amateur doesn't mean you're not good at something, right? It just means you're not quite getting paid for it yet. And we want to take you guys that are amateurs doing this stuff as hobbyists and for fun and get you doing it professionally. So that's the goal of our group, and that's what we do. So you guys are always welcome to hang out and talk shop and do all that stuff. We have a lot of study groups coming up. Sometimes there's impromptu study stuff. There's just a lot of stuff going on. Today I'm gonna work a little bit on Kubernetes here because I got asked about it. So we'll do that. Yeah. Yeah, Boris, that's the thing, man. I tell people all the time, like, just come and hang out, get as much out of it as you want, and if if it's too much, obviously back off and then go back to just chilling. I don't think anybody in there's like trying to sell anything. I mean, if you ask if there's a membership cost, Fisherman will charge you. I know that. But other than that, Fisherman Guy Bro's pretty all right. And then he's the guy who runs the bot. So the bot that you guys can talk to down there in the Discord, you're welcome to hang out with that as well. All right, but I'm going to let me keep working on stuff. I gotta see if this student did the pinging right. They did. Nope, they did not. So I guess they need to ping all the addresses properly. Turn. You can resubmit for more points. By the way, the reason I've always allowed college students to resubmit for more points is because, well, if I get them to work on it more, they'll probably learn a little more. So, yeah, you guys are always welcome to hang. We have people coming to talk to the group, coming up here again. And Pessa's coming to talk. If you guys don't know, Pessa, he has been with the group for quite a few years. He was working with me back at AAA years ago, running all the Linux and stuff. And then he moved over to being like a site reliability engineer. And then I think right now he's technically a software engineer again. So he's a software guy. He codes. But he also runs a lot of Kubernetes in his environment as well. Yeah, my environment that you guys are looking at there, the werewolf environment, that's a real environment. Yeah, you guys have access to get in there. You got to get it through the Discord, but there's access to get in there, and you get a real Linux box. You get a real one of these boxes, and you can hang out in there. And then they get rebooted about once a week, and then when they reboot, they come up clean again. But yeah, you guys definitely have access to that stuff as much as you need. Yeah, Pessa's doing some ML. Well, he did ML for his college work, and then I think he's, yeah, his company does some of that stuff. Yeah, the company he's working for now does that up in the cloud. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Never Fear said, Scott from behind, like submit the worksheet. You don't have to send the worksheets in to me. You just hold on to them, and then I'll look at them all at the end. Because what I think is going to happen is not everybody's going to finish them all, so I just want to get them all at the end. Yeah, so I'm reading the discussion so I don't get the answer. No, you can, I want you guys to read the discussions. I want you to look at, I mean, obviously answer your question first, and then I want you to look at it because I want you to get, what other people thought of and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you guys don't have to, send me the worksheets anymore. Not right now. All right, let me keep grading stuff here. I'm answering stuff as I go. This student, perfect work. Don't have to do any comments if the work's perfect, because it's perfect and there's nothing I would improve on, and that's very important. You guys will find a lot of like engineering is what we call attention to detail, and it's the little details. You don't want those things tripping you up. You want everything to be right and correct and smooth. That student had perfect score, perfect. Yeah, and that's just good engineering is attention to detail. So let me keep going here. 60 out of 60, perfect score. Students are doing good this time. This is a good. We have a good little setup that me and the other professors do when we run this class. You might say multiple professors running one class. Yes, we run with what's called an on-live modality. And wait, did they ping? Yeah, they pinged all the. I'm gonna allow this student, even though they didn't technically ping the other one. No, that's fine, Boris. You don't have to hang out. I mean, you're welcome to come back later. Nobody has to hang out longer than they need to. You guys are welcome to just kind of hang out, and we'll do whatever. We'll get back around to some of this stuff as we go too. Wait, is that screen? Hold on. My screen black right now? Why is that like that? That was weird. I'm gonna go look at my page here. Getting weird behaviors over here on the old system. Look at Rangers. His ears are slowly deflating as he's laying there sleeping. That's really funny to me. Okay. Back to grading stuff. Do all the Linux. There we go. All right. All right, that's good. Full points, students following the directions. But in this class anyways, one of the other professors deals with he shows them, the students, how to do all the work. And then me and the other professors, we come in and we speak in these blocks of time and do each of the lessons for the weeks. And the reason that works well is because each of us I have 53 students in this class, and each of the professors have up to 60 students in each class. So then we all get them together. I was mentioning earlier how my internet dropped while I was talking to about 200 students. Well, there's about 600 total students in the classes, but we share all the time together with the students, and we record everything together. But then all the students we have like individual study sessions throughout the week. That's why you guys always hear me talk about on Saturdays. I'm like, I got to go run and do this study session with my college students. That's typically what I'm doing on Sundays, is I'm meeting with any of the students that come. And it's funny, like I was showing them last night a bunch of stuff, and all the students were like, when's your huddle session? When's your, because after I show them around, like last night we were doing virtualization and some other stuff, and they're always like really interested in it. So I like that. I like when students start getting fired up about stuff. Let me look at these grades. Okay, that student gets a 60 out of 60. Good. Sometimes they make it small, so it's hard for me to see stuff. Oh, well, it's not their fault. They just don't know how to use screen captures, you know? When you screen capture things, you should only screen capture the things that are relevant to what we're trying to look at, you know? You shouldn't just grab everything. Yeah, Ekshunya, so each student only sees the other 60 students, like for the purposes of like who's in their class. But when we meet with up to like 600 students in a, but I've never had more than like 200 in a session, but up to 600 could be there if they all showed up. But some like to watch it later. Like some of the students like to watch the recordings later. So, they're welcome to do that as well. But they can all meet and then get in there. And it's a lot like our little platform inside of the Discord, where only the professors can talk. We can lock it down like that anyways. We allow the students to talk like at the beginning and the end, but then during the talk, we can actually lock it down so only people on the stage are able to communicate. It's kind of good, because then people can still ask questions and type. They can't just interrupt with their not being off of mute, which, by the way, being off of mute in a meeting is probably like my biggest pet peeve around, because it's so annoying to everybody else, and it wastes their time, and it's hard to keep track of what's going on, and just a massive problem. So, I tell you guys all the time, as engineers, like a big part of this is being a good steward of other people's times. Most engineers I know don't want to be in a meeting in the first place. I try to stay out of meetings as much as possible. If I can pass the information on to my manager or one of the project managers, and they can just go talk about it in the meeting, and I don't have to be there, that's the best day ever for me. Because I don't want to be in meetings if I can avoid it. Because I'm what you call an individual contributor, right? I spend my time doing things that make the company money, and if I'm not doing that because I'm in meetings, then that's not great. All right, I got to tell these guys need to ping all address. Oh, I think I have that as a. Yep, you can resubmit for more points. Boom, there you go. All right, this one's late, but I don't count late off on projects if the student typically was within a day, but also when they get 100% on it. So that student got 100. That's good. It's always useful. Students getting all their stuff in. All right. So got their pings right. Good. Not the worst thing ever. You guys might notice too, anybody that sees that screen right there that was just on the log sec screen, you might notice that my IP address has been found again. So Cox reset my IP address about a week ago, and I was only getting like one attempt of people logging in every probably like 6 hours or so. And then now if you look, it's just this massive amounts of attempts to log into my system again. So that's on this screen right here, this log screen. Now there's a massive amount of attempts to get into my system again. So that's kind of funny to me. We're back. We're back on the target of everybody right here. So I think that's funny. All right. I finished my grading. Nope, gotta ping the other address. So, let's see. 1 and 230 and 1 and 228. Yep. Those are the correct IP addresses for their internal part of the lab for sure. One and 230, 1 and 228. Yep. Yep. Looks like he's got all the pings correct. That one looks good too. Is anybody here actually working on the Linux Systems Administration course? Anybody had any problems with it? I know we only have a few actually keeping up with the where we're at, but I mean, I know some people are kind of catching up. We're trying to catch up. Somebody just did 23 instead of 230, so that's a problem. Well, I'm not lean. I try not to give any advice on stuff like that, but I guess the most important thing would be to try to keep getting better at what you do. I would tell you to for me, I just try to excel at everything I do, and try to get better at being the best engineer I can. Doc over on YouTube, can we have different nodes shown on the same Grafana dashboard? Let's say first line of 1860 be shown for 10 machines. Doc, you could do a lot of customization inside of Grafana for sure. $1860. I'm not sure what the 1860 is referencing, Doc, but you can, yeah, you could have pretty much whatever you can query out of any source material put up in Grafana, sure. So, yeah, absolutely. Sorta Pseudo, you're working on it? Nice. Nice. I'm not lean. You said like useless in the security area. We sometimes found a wall and can't pass through. Well, what I would tell you is that, you know, if here's my thoughts on that, right? Like everybody wants to do security, and in that case, getting around things tends to be red teaming stuff. And I would tell you that most people are going to play defense. Most people are going to be blue team or purple team. Not everybody gets to play red team, right? So I would tell you, like, focus on the basics. Not everybody wants to study the basics and learn the basics and be good at those, but that's really what builds security teams. So I would tell you, focus on that stuff and get better at that. And then if you're trying to get around something, one of the best ways to do it is to build your own version of it and then continuously attack it, look at what's happening in its logs, figure out its weaknesses, look up, common vulnerabilities for it, write your own vulnerabilities for it. There's all kinds of stuff out on the web on how to do that, and you can do your own penetration testing and stress testing and that kind of stuff. So if that's what you're interested in doing, then I would tell you to just start working in those areas. But yeah, like, security for me is all about knowing the basics, understanding how the tool works, and then being able to circumvent that. And I think a lot of people skip over the learning how a network works and learning how a system works and learning how actual port connections work and those kind of things. And then they just try to, because everybody wants to just be leaned over a keyboard screaming hacker man as fast as they can, and then saying I'm in. And that's not, to me, that's not engineering. And two, it's like that doesn't really do anything for you. Doc Mallet said, check Game of Active Directory. Amazing setup for home lab cybersec practice. There you go, I'm not lean. Go check out Game of Active Directory. I don't even know what that is, but there you go. Oh, Doc, you're talking about... Yeah, but typically, so Doc, typically for me, I won't pull directly from, Grafana doesn't query directly for me. Grafana queries from a middle, I have a middle source. So whatever's presenting data is pushing that to a time series database or some kind of key value store type middle type storage area, and then it moves over and gets pulled out by Grafana after. So Grafana is never going directly to SQL or whatever. It's not doing those kind of things. Yeah, Loki is good too. Loki's the tool that's up on the screen right now. All the log errors are Loki, or all the log values are Loki. All right, let me keep finishing. I gotta finish. I got how many more of these? I got 9 more of these yet to grade. Hold on. Let me go look at this one. That was really bad, and I just had a student get a 0 for no reason. Well, I mean, probably because he didn't do the lab right, but I mean, that's the reason. But he just tried to cover it up with a bad screenshot that nobody could even read, and it's like, well, I can't give you points for that either. So now it looks like you did it wrong, and I can't see what you did. Exshunya, there is a presentation and prologue about Grafana. Yeah, that's true, there is. Yep, there's a fair amount of presentations all over the place. What is this? Hold on. Student turned in. That's all good too. Alright. I love it when a plan comes together, guys. That's always good. Were some of you guys around when we were looking at the different ways we can do different output on the closed captioning too? That was kind of fun. We were putting all kinds of different languages down there. Only one at a time though, unfortunately. We can't have multiple languages at once. I would consider doing that. If they had the capability of doing English and German or something, because we have a fair amount of people from Germany, I would do that. But there's not that right now. Uh-oh, this one needs to ping all the right IP addresses. All right, good. So that grading's all done. That leaves that. That's all finishing out of the way then. Sort of pseudo. What did you say? You said K3 Labs is great. I had a snag towards the end, but I think it's a skill issue, so I'm working through it. Nice. Yeah. Actually, that one breaks. If you do it in the home lab, that one breaks, but kind of on purpose. I did that to not to like test you guys, but I did that so that you guys could see that sometimes there's just problems in. I mean, if you're like, as a systems administrator, you're going to be called up when there's problems. That's one of the things about our life is like we're always dealing with problems as on the administration side. When you get over to being like a pro eventually, and I always emphasize this for you guys that want, sorry, I said pro, I mean engineer. When you get over to engineer, you're going to do a lot more project type work, and you'll do less in the actual, you'll do less of the like systems administration stuff. But I still think it's a valuable skill to be able to like troubleshoot and work through that kind of stuff. So there's that. All right, let me run that, and then let's. There was a question about doing some Kubernetes labs. So yeah, let's do those here in a little bit. I'll get to that. Ranger has turned away from us now, so now he's laying away from us downstairs in his little downstairs area. Check how everything's going here. Alright, looks like we got some good talks going. Anybody that does join the Discord, there is always, we'll pull this up here real quick. There is always, if you join the Discord, there's a beginner start here section, and that has the playlist for the Linux Systems Administration course, which is our free course. And then if you go down into Prolog projects, you'll find all the old worksheets and everything back. We're up to week 11 now. We're getting into, we just did 10, I think. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, so we're going to be starting week 11 here coming up next. So there's a lot of stuff for you guys to read about and dig into, if that's kind of interesting to you. Well, let me move this. Move that over a little bit so you guys can see better. We keep bugging Ranger, yeah. We keep bugging Ranger. All right, so let me get that out of the way. I wanted to show that to you guys because that's a thing that I think has some value there. Mainly, that's the main thing. That's the reason I go live. I tell you guys is to tell you guys about the Prolog. It is the Professional Linux Users Group. And really the goal is just to tell you guys that it's there and it's free, and we don't charge anything for hanging out down in Discord. You just kind of hang out with us. There's a lot of good study groups, a lot of good engineering stuff happening down there. You know, and if you don't have anywhere else to go to study and work on this stuff, you can do that. Also, I pulled that Rack Nerd stuff up just because some of you guys were looking at it the other day, and I don't think they have the 1-in-1 anymore. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was just a one-day thing. But anyways, yeah, that's just a site that we found that people, I think a few of the guys went and bought some Rack Nerd store or virtual stuff for the next year or so, and it's pretty cheap to get yourself your hands on that stuff, so it's kind of good. All right, let's see, what else do I got here? All right, people jumping down into the Discord, that's always good. The bot welcomes you when you join Discord, and you can always do like an exclamation mark ask, and the bot will tell you what's going on. Here's a bunch of labs. We're going to be going through these labs here in a little bit. Mainly the Kubernetes type stuff. Killer Code is free, which is like the best price on the internet for anything, right? Don't charge anything, so you guys are always welcome to hang out and do those. I'll probably get some of those going here in a minute. Let me check what other pressing tasks I have going on though first. If I got anything on these other screens I got to work on. I do have a college paper to write for tonight, so I'll be doing that here in a little bit too. For my college, going to college, and probably work on that a little bit. Also, I realized I didn't even eat any breakfast, so I'll have to do that here in a little bit too. Go eat probably like some lunch at that point. Alright, where are we at here? Pop up a new one of these. Every time that wipes, that's a new scene coming up. So, in case you guys aren't super familiar with that. See what the NOAA has going on. They've got library as a community hub for citizen science. So if you guys don't know, like the US government just publishes all of their data. You can go out and get all of their weather data. You can go get a whole bunch of, there's all kinds of stuff out on data.gov that you can download and use. But the point is you can go in and you could start looking at some of the ways that they do the weather, weather data. There's a few like specific formats that are used of files. And there's also tools that you can build into. There's some SDKs that are already built into some popular languages. Like I think Python's one of the more famous ones and more popular ones. But you can start to access that and get into doing that stuff if you wanted to do that as an amateur, or if you wanted to say, hey, I think I could be a pro at this. You just gotta go start doing it, And that's what the NOAA seminar series is from their library. They just have a bunch of seminars that you can go to that are free. I think you just gotta sign up for them, and that's what that page is. That kind of bright page that keeps popping up. That's what that is. So. All right, let me look around. Actually, are you asking me for that, or are you saying that is a good place? Because I think they are a good place to get that, but also you can get you can't get real-time ones from Google. There was a service that I used to know about, but they weren't free. There was a service that I think Lockheed sells, but I wanted to say that they were pretty new as well. They were pretty up to date. Oh man. Oh, you're asking? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I I definitely know you can get in here and there's a fair amount of let's stop this here. Let's go look at what do we want to look for here? Let's start with hold on. Sorry guys, my brain's not working right now. Let's see what kind of satellite images they have out. Maps and charts. They have maps and charts, but I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if they have any Oh wow, 1951. Go figure. These are high altitude images. Let's look at this one. Look at that. From, oh, we don't know what year this is from? That's wild. Anyways, there's probably some really interesting stuff in here. But no, I don't know Xenia. I don't know where that might be, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure. I know Lockheed had a service for it, but it wasn't cheap, and it was mostly used for like industrial things, like power lines and stuff like that. But no, I don't know one of those right off, unfortunately. Oh, let's go back to this. What's he coming to talk about? Oh no, they canceled an event, but it's tomorrow, so that's not that big a deal, I guess. Although it might have been an interesting one. Underwater archaeologists. It's unfortunate they had to cancel them. But yeah, this is a fun little site to get you guys into doing some of this stuff. This one's gonna be, yeah, getting you guys into doing this stuff and working on this stuff, if that's something that's interesting to you. All right. Anyways, let's keep working on stuff. Let me check. Let's see. I don't have any college. Oh yeah, I do have a paper to write for tonight, so that's always fun. So I'll be working on my paper here in a little bit. That'll be fun. I think I could probably show you guys my paper. It's not that big a deal. That'll just be me writing paper, looking at some comparisons between how somebody chooses to use their limited amount of resources in a economic concept, right? So first rule of economics is the theory of economic constraint, and there's only so much, right? There's only so many things, so an organization has to deal with that. So do people with budgets, you know, that kind of stuff. You only have so much, so that's kind of where that is. Let me check. Man, more people just hopping on. That's good. The main reason I go live is to get you guys to hop into the Discord and hang out, right? So it's always fun when people join. Got 32. We're almost to 3,300 people in there, and then our next major goal is at 10,000. So I'm not like planning on doing anything big when we hit 5,000 or anything. I mean, we'll probably mention it, but for the most part, like our next big goal is 10,000, and you know the goal is just to have more people in there working on this stuff with us. So it's kind of where we're at. Is this other one still running? What's going on over here? I'm gonna give that some spaces just because I want to make sure that that's running correctly. That is just a tail of a file system, so, or a tail of a specific file that logs everything that happens in the cluster. Oh, I think I slowed my cluster down. Hold on. I think I slowed down. Yeah, the nodes only update every 10 minutes now, so it makes sense that this would not happen nearly as quickly as it used to. So we'll give it a little bit of time, see if it pops up a response here or not. Anybody here working on anything fun? I got any of my regulars around? I guess I got some of my regulars around. I've already been talking to you guys. Some of you guys have been working on the Linux group. which is fine. The course is free down in the Discord. You guys can do that as much as you want. See how that kind of goes. All right. It's weird to me that this thing keeps going to just a dark screen. Kind of annoying. Source Studio, you've been working on some NF tables. Know any good beginner resource offhand? No, you know what though? Looking at that, hold on. Let me show you. One of my favorite things when I go look for any of this is Rocky Docs Firewall. Let me go look here. So the Rocky Linux documentation in general is just their docs are really good. So this is Firewall GUI. I don't care about that necessarily, but I really think I don't want any of that stuff. I really like the way that their docs are kind of laid out. And let's see if they've got any other good firewall stuff. Introductions. So Firewall D, I don't know if some of you guys might know this, but Firewall D is just a wrapper over the top of NF tables, right? No, this isn't great, but they do tend to have like really good documentation on the Rocky Linux docs. I've really liked the way that they've laid out some of their stuff, especially like their SE Linux stuff. But no, I don't have a good Firewall D stuff. I don't have any good ones on that. I don't do a whole lot of Firewall D or NF tables if you're doing NF tables directly. There might be though. Hold on, this is sometimes when I'm trying to figure stuff out, I go to something I'm familiar with. I wonder if Ansible has an NF tables package. So there's an NFT wall collection. Let's go look at what this looks like. So you could install that. Let's see what it looks like. Well, that was less than useful. Alright. Ansible module. I do not want to translate to French or English. Let's go look at the repo. How's it going, YouTube? We're just looking around at stuff. We don't want a GUI. We don't want any of that crap. NF tables, it's fine. Oh, wow, that's less than useful. I might just use Firewall D if it were me. So Ansible module Firewall D. I know that this module does have some problems in it though. Well, at least the older version did. I don't know if the new one does. So the way that the older version of this worked was there was a reload problem, and you ended up just having to restart. Hey Colcus, how's it going? You ended up having to just restart the whole service. So whereas down here it's like enabled yes, and then you have like the permanent yes, and then you have like a daemon reload. Typically, so Firewall D can be just reloaded internally, you know, without starting the whole service again, but that doesn't work right. So you used to have to come in. What we would do after this is run a system D and restart the Firewall D after. So like if you did any of these where you said the service should restart, it didn't work right. at least in the older I don't know if that's still true, but I remember that was a problem me and my brother ran into when we used to try to restart Firewall D in our production, well, dev environments first, and then eventually up in prod. Yeah, you couldn't, if you turned it on and then you set a rule, you couldn't just reload it here. You had to restart the service, which is, again, not that big of a deal, but it's just a thing to know that there was this bug. But anyways, that's what I would do. I don't like dig in, like, you guys know I'm kind of lazy. I don't dig into a tool. Like if I have a way to work around digging heavily into something, I will do the workaround, which in this case, I will never probably learn NF tables deeply because I could use Ansible with Firewall D over the top of it. And I might not, like, if I had a major problem and some test case where I couldn't get something to work, then I would dig into NF tables, and then I would be able to speak more to what's going on under the hood, if that kind of makes sense. But you guys will find that if I can get something to work, I just allow it to work for me, and then I go dig in later if I need to. So something to think about there. Yes, sort of sudo, yes. You can limit, yes, you can block all and then allow only certain ones, which is typically what most people would want. Or you can limit certain ones as well too, yeah. Yeah, Firewall D is able to limit directly by a port, yep. And yeah, port and specific IPs, yes. Yep. And it can do it on your different interfaces in your environment, so it starts getting really complex really quickly, which is another reason I like using tools, so that I don't have to remember anything. I just know if I run the tool will do all the things I defined, and therefore that's more declarative than doing one-off type stuff, you know. One-off imperative type commands leave you with a system that's not repeatable. And as an engineer, the biggest no-no in my mind is building a system that's not repeatably buildable. Nowadays, anyways, not 10, 20 years ago, but nowadays, for me, any system I build, I should be able to push the button and rebuild it, you know, the exact same way. And I mean that professionally, guys, because sometimes in my home lab, you go, wait a minute, your stuff in the home lab's janky as shit. I know. I just don't care as much in the home lab, right? Like I'm a mechanic that gets home from work and doesn't want to work on his car, you know? So there we go. All right. Yep. All right. I need to, guys, I need to clean up the home lab environment in general. Also, let's look at something real quick here. I think I have this all popped up for you guys. Let me make sure that I can get it. Word. And then this should be my Word doc. Huh, why is that not popping up for you guys? Hold on. Maybe it's behind everything. Hold on, guys. Everything's got to be so freaking hard. Again, I don't know why that's doing that. But anyways, here. In the upcoming weeks, we're up to week 11 here. So, or unit 11, right? That's going to be this next week coming up. For monitoring systems, and we're probably going to lean heavily in there on some of the old labs that we've built, because I think that those labs have a lot of the stuff that's going to work for you guys, and a lot of that stuff I think is well set up already, but more than just building the labs out, right? Because the labs, I think you can click next and finish them in like 10 minutes each. What I want you guys to do in those is really figure out what we would want to monitor. And we're going to probably spend a little time building out some dashboards in there and focus on some dashboarding technologies for monitoring systems. So that's coming up in the Linux Systems Administration course. And then we'll do some benchmarking and testing coming up here too before the end of the month. So Also, fun fact, my wife's birthday's coming up. I always joke around with my wife, like, it doesn't matter, like, if she knows if I'm talking to somebody or something, I'm like, oh yeah, my wife's birthday's coming up. It's November 23rd. It's not the 23rd. My wife's birthday's the 26th, and I've always known that. But she knows that even if I ever forget it, she won't know because I'm so used to the joke of it somewhere between the 20th and the 26th. But if I'm like, oh yeah, my wife's birthday's coming up on the 21st or something, and then they're like, oh, you don't know when your wife's birthday is, I'm like, ha ha ha. But she can't ever blame me. Think about it, it's brilliant. She can't ever blame me because she knows I always do it. So if I ever do forget that her birthday's actually November 26th, I'll be safe. But I already gave her a whole bunch of presents, but I should probably figure out some other thing because, we don't have much time, do we? We're, it's less than a week away. I got to figure out something else for her. Some other nice present. Because, got to keep the wife happy, guys. Got to keep the wife happy. That's important. So these are the systems administration courses coming up. I don't have a guest speaker. I tried to get somebody to come for these last few weeks, but I haven't had anybody volunteer yet. So we're probably just kind of we're in a waiting pattern right now, or a holding pattern to see if anybody wants to talk. Yeah, I have a huge window, X-Shunya, yeah. Well, and then the fun fact, too, is my wife's birthday is always somewhere around Thanksgiving here in the U.S. So anybody that's not in the U.S., like in the U.S., we have this thing called Thanksgiving, which is funny because Thanksgiving pops up, and then as soon as Thanksgiving is over, like the next day, people go and try to get in line to spend a bunch of money on other stuff, which is like basically they're thankful one day and then they're not thankful the next. They think about all the stuff they don't have. So I always thought that was kind of funny. And man, this is wild. It used to be you did Thanksgiving, and then the next day, which is always a Friday, was what we called Black Friday, right? And then we would have Cyber Monday. Cyber Monday is after Black Friday, and it was all the online deals. And Black Friday, at the end of the day, guys, if you don't know, is really just the day where people go and get deals that all the rest of us get online all the time, right? But now it's super weird because this year, for the first time I've ever seen it, they're doing like Cyber Month. So some sites have been running Cyber Week and Cyber 2-week deals for like the last week, and they're going to run them all the way up until, and it's like, geez, why don't you just call it like November sale at that point? But they want to call it it's been Black Friday week. That's what it's been called. And I'm like, what the hell? It's not even in the same week yet. But what can you do, guys, right? What can you do? I'm not too worried about that kind of stuff. I just sometimes look at it and scratch my head, like, what are we doing here, guys? All right, I got some work to do, so I'll probably focus on that. If you guys have any questions on any of this stuff, let me know. Might turn this music down just a little bit too, because it's getting up there. That's better. All right. Festivals are so good for the economy, so much money. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. People do a lot on Thanksgiving and spend a good amount, get everybody together. We do, so in my family we do a family like meal once a month, and we go to, there's like I want to say there's like 5 houses. Oh, is there 6 of us? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 6 of us between me and the wife's in-laws, and we go to a different house in the general area. I think the furthest house is about 2 hours away. And each month we do a meal at one of their houses. So we go to different people's houses. This month was our house. So everybody came over here and did the Hawaiian party. And some of you guys, we call it the island party. And then I showed that up in Discord. So some of you guys saw the pictures around that. And then for Thanksgiving, it's also at our house because people like to come over here. So we'll have everybody over here, and then we'll start the cadence of going to each of the different houses again. One of the family members lives down in Tucson, so that's a little over an hour, a little over 2 hours out of Phoenix, if you're familiar with the area. So we go down there and do some stuff with him and their family. So yeah, not too bad. All right, so we will we'll hop onto some stuff here in a little bit, but I'm gonna take a break for a minute, walk away. If anybody needs me, let's see. I'll leave Sorta Pseudo in charge. He's in charge until I get back. But you guys that are hanging out, you're welcome to relax and watch the stuff spin over there. Oh, we are seeing. By the way, I'm looking here. It looks like we are seeing the system here updates. That's good. We do want to see updates over there. That's an important part of it. It's not the only part, but it's an important part. All right. I'll be back. Take a little walk around my upstairs. Sort of pseudo. I was gonna say I don't know much about the Rack stuff, but I know that Boris was around earlier, and Boris is the one that I know has used it, or he was the one that told us about it. So, and then somebody else also I think signed up, not just you. So if you are asking questions about it, I think some of them might have some answers. I don't know. Obviously, it's not a huge service, so maybe not a lot of people have too much info on it, but hopefully there's somebody that can help you out. All right, let me do this while we're sitting here. I'm gonna pop up another killer Coda shell. And I got asked to do a little bit of Kubernetes, so maybe we'll do a little bit of Kubernetes while we're hanging out. Maybe we'll go do some CKA stuff. And maybe we'll do some Kim Woosterkamp stuff. I don't know if I've seen his stuff here in a while. Yeah, his stuff was all pretty good, I think. Let's go, moving static pods around. That might be kind of fun. So I'll link this if anybody wants to do this one with me. And then we'll do that while we work on other stuff. There we go. All right. So make that a little bigger so it's easier to see. And it says move a static pod to another node. So move static pod resource reserve beta to the control plane node. kubectl get pods dash capital A. And I can see that there is one on node 1, resource reserver beta node 01. So how do I get that back on this other one? So if I SSH over to node 01 and then I CD into etc Kubernetes manifests, I see that that one's right there, and I go, okay, well, in this server, it's here, but I need to get it on the other node. So what I would probably do is I just might move this over to temp resource. It doesn't really matter what I do with it, but I'm going to move it out of here so it turns off on this node, right? Move, yeah, the one that I have. Sorry, I don't know what I'm thinking. Over there, and then I'm going to exit out, and then I'm going to cd to etc Kubernetes manifests here and see the ones that are here, and I'm going to scp from node 01 temp resource reserver .yaml to here, and then now that's going to be here. If I do a kubectl get pods dash capital A, I should see that it's over pending a start on this control plane node. See how they're all appended with the name of the node that they're on? And earlier, that was over on the node 01 node. So now we're going to need a little time to let that come up. So we might look at it a few times, and then we see that it's running, and then we're good. We're happy. Now, their tips are probably going to be, how do you set up a static pod? How do you move it? And then probably SCP it over, right? And then you could change the name. Oh, they want to make sure that the name. Oh, so I didn't fix the name. Hold on. So let's. I'm gonna vi resource reserver, right? And they want us to change it from that to. We got to change it to the right one. So that was my bad. I wasn't reading. V1 R1. Come on. What the heck's going on here? R1. There we go. Escape : WQ. And then we can move it. The easiest way to get that to move is just move resource up, and then move from up resource back down to here, and then now that will cause it to if you go look at your pods, it'll be recreated. See, so it's being recreated, and it's got the right name to it now. So boom. And then we delete the original one. The other one's already gone. So then we check it. This is validation successful. Good. So I did a set of steps there pretty quick, but what we did was we moved the resource reserver, which was making this. It was making a resource reserver beta static pod over on node 01. And we moved that over into the right place, which is etc Kubernetes manifests on control plane, and then we gave it a new name, and then we made sure that it repolled its information, so now it's running the correct name and on the correct node. So that was the whole lab. That was it, guys. That was the whole lab. Darth Vader, I'm not really getting much done either, so I mean, I'm just as bad as you as not getting anything done, but. No, we're just, I mean, look, you just got to keep plodding forward and getting stuff done as you can, right? That's the goal of all this. You don't have to get it all done at once. You don't got to eat the elephant all in one bite. You just kind of hang out. And my main thing for you guys know this, is my main thing is get in here and tell you guys that there's a Linux group that you can go hang out with. And then, we find maybe 10 to 15 people anytime I stream that want to go down there and hang out and do some Linux with us, And then of those, maybe every few hundred people, we get one or two that are really interested in getting involved and doing it, and hopefully those people all go and get careers in this space, That's the goal, get everybody into the space, get everybody with a good administration, and then eventually engineering and architect job in this space. So that's what we do. But yeah, not getting any work done, that's kind of par for the course for a lot of us here. I do got to figure out what I'm going to eat. I'm going to go eat early so that I don't have to like deal with all the lunch rushes places. So I got decided. It is 10:45 here, so that means like lunch is typically started by like 10:30 at most places. So, oh, is today Wednesday? Hold on a second here. Today's Wednesday. That means it's buffalo chicken pizza. I might go grab pizza now, guys. I might go grab some might go grab some stuff now. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I'll go run over, grab some whoops. I don't know what just happened there. But yeah, maybe I'll go grab some pizza or something. That would be good. Yeah. Then I need one of these little versions of this penguin with pizza on his belly. Like he's just sitting here munching pizza while he talks to you guys. So let me do this. I will maybe I'll just leave everything running. But let me move this back so you guys can at least see that. Yep. Okay. And is there anything else I wanted to show you guys here? No, that's all good. All right. Yeah, maybe I'll go grab some stuff and come back here, and that'd be a good plan before 11 o'clock rolls around, I think. So, all right, I'll leave one of you in charge. Let's leave Sorta Pseudo in charge until I get back, and then on the YouTube side it can be X Shunya. But yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. If you guys need anything, let me know. Otherwise, kind of hang out with the music. I'll be back. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, right? Which is a pretty low bar. Pretty low bar, anything that I wouldn't do. I'll be back. Back. Did I miss anything? Treeby's here. How's it going? And King Subaki, how you doing? I ran to grab some pizza real quick. And let's see how it looks. Looks pretty good. I'll take a picture for you guys. Put it up in the Discord. All right. So again, we're not working too hard. Just kind of hanging out. If you guys have any questions about anything going on up there, let me know. How's Discord doing? Yep. People are hanging out in Discord. Doing Discord stuff. This is Neil.fun stuff. Huh. That's funny. One of our guys posted that in the off-topic resources. Fisherman's got to be around somewhere. He can't be. Get out of here. We'll go play with that here in a little bit. But I'm gonna munch on some food while I'm sitting here. So, King Zubaki, I'm doing good. I feel a lot better. YouTube, there's a place that sells pizza by the slice by me. I just drove over and grabbed it. The pizza of the day is buffalo hot wing. So it's like buffalo chicken hot wing pizza. And then I also got a slice of cheese. So, yeah. Pretty good little pizza spot if you're ever in the Phoenix area. Yeah, it opens at 10:30, so there's a little bit of a rush right then. But I got over there about 10:50 and there was nobody in line. But if you get over there like 11:20, it's super packed again. So I kind of had to go early. That's why I kind of just hopped over there while we were still streaming. Yeah, Ekshunya, people either love pineapple pizza or they hate it. That's for sure. That's one of those things, yeah, people either love it or hate it. There's a, these guys sell a type of pizza on Saturdays. Well, you can order any of their pizza any day of the week, but if you want it as the slice of the day, on Saturdays, they've got a version of pizza called Kona, and it's basically like an island pizza, and it's got a sweet sauce on it, and then it's pineapples and chicken, and that one's actually a really good pizza. But I mean, again, not everybody's for pineapples on pizza. It's definitely something you either love or you hate. Let's scroll down a little bit on this. I want to see how deep some of these things are. I'm curious how deep some of those animals are. We'll go look at that. Hopefully Fisherman's not not trolling me harder than normal. Drop that over there. There we go. Make that the focus again. All good. Yep, there's a whole bunch of those. Oh, let's see. Let's go. Shark, black drum, green sea turtle. And there's the twilight zone. Some of these animals, wild. All right. See how far down we can get next time. Yeah, actually, I think here in the U.S. we hunted all the buffaloes that have wings. All right. Yeah. It depends, actually. Are you in the part of the world with like water buffaloes? Those are some big animals. All right, let's get ready to scroll down again here. See what we get. See what we get in our darkened part of the ocean here. The olive ridley sea turtle, he gets deep. So does the great white and the bottlenose dolphin dive. They can go pretty deep. Cockatoo squid, that's made up. Gummy shark. Oh, there we go. Getting down to about 1,000 feet. I know it shows it in meters, but my American brain likes to think in freedom units. Yeah, I think anglerfish are like fucking thing of nightmares. Can you imagine just being some little fish and this little light comes up and you're like, what is that? And then just there's a mouth behind it, and the mouth is bigger than what you can see in the light. Yeah, that's the stuff of nightmares. Yeah, let's see how far down this thing goes. All right, one more click over. I think it's every 10 seconds. I'm kind of invested now. All right, it's the farthest the humans ever went. Blue sharks. Firefly squids, those look cool. Big eye tuna can get down there deep. A sea angel. When me and my wife were on Maui a few weeks back, we went to there's a little aquarium there that just has all the types of animals. And one of the coolest little things was they had a big cylinder in the middle of a room filled with seawater. And then it just kept changing colors. And I'd say the cylinder, if I had to guess, the diameter across was probably about 16 feet, maybe a little more. It was big. Like you couldn't get your arms around. I mean, like it would take like 6 of your friends to even probably go around this thing. Maybe like more. Oh, hold on, my thing's messing up here. Hold on. Let me fix that real quick. Boom. Is it better? Yeah, actually, you can send it over anything fun. Sure. I like fun things. But anyways, this thing it just had a bunch of jellyfish in it, and the jellyfish were really cool, and they were just floating around, and it kept changing colors, And I think the wife really liked that one. I liked it. It was pretty fun. Let's keep going here. Mako sharks, they like to get deep. Emperor penguins. Now they're giving the max depth they've ever found them, so we don't know. But swordfish, the nautilus, a sunfish. Those little sunfish are weird, man. You ever see one come up to the surface and it's like 12 feet across? Those things are crazy. But they're getting deep. Bamboo coral. Here, we're gonna turn this off. Just keep going down. Japanese spider crab, largest known crab with a maximum leg span of 3.8 meters. That's stuff of nightmares right there. Because 3.8 meters, that's no, nope, 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 nope. What was that, like 12 feet? That's That's like, that thing can get almost as big as the room I'm in. Could you imagine fighting a crab that big? I mean, yeah, it's spindly. But I don't know if you guys have ever seen little crabs. They're strong as shit. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I could take it. But I'm wondering if anybody else would be able to. Alright, I'm just kidding. Anyways, let's keep going down. Ooh, what is this little guy? They were thought to be extinct. Found alive in 1938. Alright. King crab. Those things are good in butter. Octopus. That's pretty big. Giant oarfish can grow up to 11 meters long. That's pretty wild. Right, let's see how far down these anglerfish are. Monkfish, aka ugly boy. Pacific cod. Maris orthicana. I don't know what that is. Viggo Mortensen worm. I'm just kidding. I don't know how to say that. What? Good old sperm whale. They can get down there pretty deep, so they can go fight with squids. Which has to be... Squids have to be around here because they go down and fight them. Back sea turtle. Baird's beaked whale. Then we get to midnight zone. Oh no. This is where Linux Systems Administration starts right here. No sunlight's able to reach this deep. There's no GUIs. It's all command line. Most engineers tap out pretty quickly down here. And go back up to the surface where they can just push buttons. Most people refuse to live over here in this world. That's funny, Akshunya. All right. Anglerfish. There we go. Anglerfish are basically just a big mouth. I put light in front of it. And basically you see the light and then there's a mouth over you. And that's terrible. To be a little fish, terrible. I don't know what a phronema is, but that looks fun. The orange ruffy boy can live up to 200 years, but they hate every second of it. I'm just kidding, I don't know. There's a Venus flytrap sea anemone. Well, I guess that means the Venus flytrap was discovered before that, because who would have named it that? Blobfish, aka the ugliest boy. When I play Rotato in the new version, there's a blobfish. You just feel bad for them when you see them, because they're just so ugly. Frilled shark. The goblin shark is one of the goofiest looking creatures ever. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this guy. He's goofy looking. Like in IRL, if you ever see video of them, they're really weird looking. Bubblegum coral. Hatchet fish. Because apparently if you get a hold of it, you can hatchet somebody with it. Dragonfish. Big red jelly. Use the color red as camouflage since its first color to leave the spectrum as you dive deeper. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense if any of you guys have ever done any optics and ever looked at the spectrum of color. Red and ultraviolet are the highest frequency waves, so they are the ones that are going to penetrate the least. And if you say, well, why? It's because they're traveling the furthest. And you say, well, how the heck is that? Well, I'd have to draw it for you. But frequencies, as frequencies increase, the difference, the distance the signal goes is actually further. Actually, you know what? I will draw that for you real quick. Let's go down. What can I draw here? Nope, can't draw there. I gotta go back to, well, I don't have a black page to draw. So I won't draw right now, but just suffice it to say that's true. Just suffice it to say that that's what I've taught in networking for many years. That's my other thing. Yeah, get that back up in front. All right. Green halibut. Giant tube worm. Get their nutrients from hydrothermal vents. So these guys, they're actually interesting. I don't think these guys got found until like very recently, like in the last 20 years. And the ones that can live near the hydrothermal vents can live at like hundreds of degrees. Like I think it's like 700 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that. They can live in very, very, very hot temperatures, and it's actually interesting their background. So that's fun. Yeah. In fact, yeah. So they're very toxic as well. Yeti crab. Look at that guy. They live on hydrothermal vents as well. Six-gill shark. They're found everywhere. Deepest dive of a narwhal. You guys know the narwhal song, don't you? I can't start it. If you start the narwhal song, it doesn't end. So we won't start it. But feel free to go look up narwhals. Yeah, they'll beat a polar bear in a fight. Jewel squid. Sea pen. Telescope octopus. They have unique protruding eyes. Well, that's gross. Giant isopod. One giant isopod in captivity went 5 years without eating. Geez, you guys kept in captivity and didn't feed it? That's pretty messed up. But, well, it sounds like there's they've got a lot of fat stores or something. That's wild. Greenland shark. Colossal squid. They can reach up to 10 meters and weigh up to 700 kilograms. That's the stuff of true nightmares right there, guys. Yeah, Colcus, do you remember the old narwhal song? Narwhal song was great. I remember when it came out. Somebody put it up on YouTube on a 10-hour repeat. And that came out after Badger, 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 Snake, Snake. If you guys remember that guy. Badger, 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 Badger. Although I like the narwhals one a little more. But it definitely never ended. What else we got down here in the depths? It would be funny if it went from this to just an actual, just a black blob, and it just said your nightmares. Well, there was no light to collect, so that's weird. Right. Elephant seal can dive that deep? Jeez. Wild. Well, I guess at some point you can dive as deep as you want at least once, right? You can always, I could dive all the way to the bottom of the ocean once. I mean, I'd probably die somewhere along the dive, but you can make it down there once. There's no guarantee you're coming back up. I'm just saying you would get to the bottom, I'm pretty sure, unless something stopped you along the way. So, Giganticus. Chimeras. That's weird. Weird looking. Squidworm? Not Squidward, Squidworm. Yeah, free divers can hold, yeah, they're wild. I've seen free divers that can hold their breath for like 6-7 minutes. Black swallowers. They can swallow an entire fish whole, even those vastly larger than them. By the way, we got to go up here. I want to show you guys something real quick. Let's see. The furthest back-to-back shots I've ever made with a rifle are right... Excuse me, here. That's the furthest back-to-back shots I've ever made with a rifle on a 2x2 foot steel plate. So on a 2x2 it was a circle, but it was 2 feet. That's the furthest I've ever shot back-to-back shots. 1340. Yeah, Monkey Man, we're not working too hard today. We're just kind of checking stuff out. And then we were going down in the depths. A scaly boy. Alright. Vampire squid, I've seen those. The headless chickenfish. Sea cucumbers with wing-like fins that allow them to swim. Zombie worm. Just dark. Culver's beaked whale dive can come down here. Glass sponge. Gulper, I've seen gulper eels before. Those are wild. Cosmic jellyfish. Stoplight loose jaw. Good old stoplight loose jaw. Not just somebody in a town you're passing through anymore. Yeah, this is far. Harp sponge. Cookie cutter shark. We ran out of names, so we just called him the cookie cutter. He looks like all the other ones. Takes cookie cutter, so he just like sticks his mouth on like a cookie cutter and just cuts out stuff. That's really funny. Also, I imagine a lot of these down here are probably just catching stuff that's floating down from the upper abyss. Lizardfish, disturbing. Flabby whalefish. Flabby boy. This is the average depth of the ocean, right here, 1302 or 3702 meters. That's a little over 2 miles, right? Every 1,600 meters is a mile, right? Yeah, we're not working too hard today, guys. We're just kind of hanging out. Just hanging out. Much deeper. Titanic wreckage. Well, we know not to go down there. Antifreeze proteins. Probably work on this stuff with Mr. Freeze and keep your body from freezing. Colchis, I've seen some. I saw some testimony the other day with like a Congress hearing. That was kind of interesting. Stuff Dumbo octopus. Look at that little guy. You're not a Dumbo. You guys ever seen down here at the bottom of the ocean? There's actually little oceans underneath the ocean. I wonder if this thing will show any of it, but there's actually oceans underneath the ocean of pockets of like denser liquid that laps up on shore under the ocean. It's got its own shore at the bottom of the ocean. Let's see if they show that. Another jellyfish. Nothing. Sea pig. That'll do, sea pig. And the megamouth shark, in case you didn't know, he's got a big old mouth on him. He can be up to 21 feet long, which is terrifying. Fangtooth. I think that's just an anglerfish that lost his light. Like, I mean, doesn't he just... Anyways. And that's 3 miles right there, right? If I'm doing my math right. Yeah, cool, because I wouldn't get my hopes up too much. What I saw was 4 people. I think 2 were military, 2 were civilians that had observed things or been part of some type of intelligence agencies. I'm not sure why all 4 of these people were on a panel before Congress. And basically what they were being asked was like, are there some type of other intelligence? And they were saying yes. And they're like, well, is it, from this world or not? And they're like, well, we don't know. And so it's like, it's just a bunch of like stuff that you're like, oh, well, I mean, we could also be talking about if donuts have souls for all we know. I mean, it was not, there's nothing in it that I would say people didn't already know. Like, if you didn't, like, some people didn't pay attention because of COVID, but there was all kinds of things released a few years back and declassified about, like, actual things that people have seen, like military and that kind of stuff. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, I don't think it really matters that much. But it is interesting. I did listen to some of it, a few, like, I don't know, like whenever it came out. I didn't spend a lot of time with it though. I don't think it'll blow your socks off or anything, but there are some interesting things said, I guess. I also didn't know how much to take some of those guys with like a grain of salt. Tripod fish. That's pretty funny. Caridia. Fun. Faceless fish. Well, you don't have a name or a face. And your name is garbage. Your name is just a description because somebody didn't know what else to say about you. All right, fair enough. Names are getting worse as we go deeper. Deepest point of the Manila Trench in the South China Sea. Not to be mistaken with the Mariana Trench, which is not in the South China Sea. They're probably going to mention brittle star. Abyssal spiderfish. More people have been to the moon than the Hadal Zone. Okay. Yeah, hey, Monkey Man, you ever see the Simpsons episode where Homer has the forbidden donut? And until he eats the last of the donut, the devil can't take his soul? Homer and his forbidden donut. That's an old Simpsons. That's like from one of the first Treehouse of Horror episodes right there. Probably like in the first 4. World War II. It's not lonely. I'm here with friends. I'm just kidding. All right, let's see. Makes survival difficult, but things do sink down here, so technically you can eat what sinks. But not impossible. The Grenadier. He's like, I got 2 fins, 1 for each of you. He throws grenades. The Chiton. I don't know if that's how you say it. Or it's a Chi-town, like Chinatown. Chiton? Cheaton? Looks like he's got a little trademark thing right there when that lights back up. All right. Oh, we'll find out something new every time. Comb jelly. Despite looking like a jellyfish, they are not closely related. Well, they look a lot like a jellyfish. So, there you go. The Java Trench in the Indian Ocean. Now that makes me wonder now the origin of this word Java. That's interesting. All right, keep going, keep going. The Hadal snailfish. Cusk eel. Lowest point of the Puerto Rico Trench. I didn't know there was a Puerto Rico Trench until this second. But now I know that there's a Java Trench, a Puerto Rico Trench, a almost Mariana sounding trench. Let's keep going. And then there's a Mariana. You have scrolled to the height of Mount Everest. Fair, fair. Many probes and submarines have been lost trying to reach the deepest parts of the ocean. Okay, okay, tell us more. 96, about 9 years before the moon landing, humans went where they had never been before. Okay, they got down here. 2 men, Jacques Picard and Don Walsh, on board a submarine crew stage, slowly descended into the Mariana Trench. Okay, okay. Let's see how far they made it. Their goal was to reach the Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the ocean. Okay, okay, okay. We're getting deep. I kind of want to go slow with their submarine now. Submarine used a rebreather system that would later be used in spacecraft. There's barely enough space inside a pressure sphere for both of them. Oh yeah, I imagine that they just had to squeeze in there. Immense pressure of the deep sea meant any mistake would mean certain death. Yep, you would just go poof. And that would be it. You would feel the most pressure a human had ever felt, and then nothing. Probably in that order. During the descent, one of the window panes cracked and shook the entire vessel. Well, that's not good. But they continued. That's terrifying. Life can survive, so they still had life out here. Hadal amphipod. And you'd be able to name everything down there because you'd be the first one to see that. Right? Alright, alright, alright. Oh man, we're getting down there. 4 hours and 47 minutes of anxiety and claustrophobia. Succeeded in becoming the first humans to reach the deepest point in the ocean. Alive. I'll mention alive, because somebody's probably made it down there. They just didn't come back up. The Challenger Deep. Anybody want to try for that one? That's it's pretty deep. 10896 divided by 1600. That's 6.81 miles, guys. That is that's far. We could buy him a coffee. Alright, we'll hang out here at the Challenger Deep and keep looking at the other stuff. All right, that was interesting. That was interesting. That was an interesting little way to burn a little time as we're letting our food digest from lunch. How's Ranger doing? Ranger's not moving too much. He's just kind of laying around. There he is. There's Ranger Dog. What's everybody else working on? Anybody got anything interesting going on? All right. Let's go pull up another. We'll pull up another killer Coda lab. We'll do a little more Kubernetes while we're hanging out. I have some Kubernetes labs, if you guys didn't know, and we can go do one of these. Let's go do one of my Kubernetes labs. You're doing the lab stuff? Nice, Colchis. Nice. If you guys have never done any of my labs, I have some here on Kubernetes. And I attempt to explain to you guys how a blue-green deployment works. So if you ever heard of the term blue-green or you've thought about doing it, this is how a blue-green deployment works, right? So here is the lab, if anybody wants to do it with me. And here is, I'm going to open this in a new tab. Here is the way that a blue-green deployment works inside of Kubernetes. Let me see if I can pull that over just a little bit for you guys. That should be good right there. All right. So the way a blue-green deployment works is right here. Let me back out for a second right there. The way this deployment works is like this. You're on your blue deployment. Blue is what's currently in prod or whatever. And then you're going to cut over 100% to a green deployment, which is the new thing. And as you do this cutover, it's assumed that you've done some testing. I mean, there's no guarantee that you've done any testing, but this is a clean cutover from one to the other. We can leave the blue deployment up so that we can roll back if we need to, but the point is the cutover is instantaneous. There's no additional time between these two things, right? And the way we do the cutover is by pointing the service to the new labels of the new deployment. So if we come over here, we're just going to go and look at some things that I've already created. So here's the config map for a light blue page. Here's the config map for a light green page, and that's how we're going to move between blue and green. If we keep going down, there's some other ones that we're not going to worry about. But here's the deployment for blue, which will be a simple little deployment with Nginx, and it will mount that config map as the web page right here. So user share Nginx HTML.index is going to be index HTML blue, so it'll be the blue web page. Then when we come down a little bit, deployment green is going to be the green page. So that's literally all that really matters there. Escape :Q to get out of there. And let's go ahead and deploy all of those resources, right? So then I can look at the config maps that are there. So I made these two that matter for this lab. I made these deployments. They're coming up and getting ready. And then I've made all of these pods, right? So there's a bunch of pods that are made now. If I hit check, they'll be done. And now we're going to create a service in front of these that exposes this blue deployment. So we're going to do this first part right here. So it says kubectl expose deployment, Nginx deployment blue on port 80 with type cluster and name web service. Once that's done, we're going to describe it and see that it's got these backend endpoints, which are going to point to the endpoints of the blue right here, these blue ones. But then also I've got this front-end IP right here for the service that I should be able to ping and I should be able to, I could see them. Here's the IPs that are matching, 192.168.1.5 and 1.4. Boom, there's the pods. But I should be able to also say curl, let's say -v because we don't care, and then that IP address. And there we go. We see a light blue page. Actually, I want S for summary, and then I'll just say grep-i for light, right? And there it goes. It goes. This is a background of light blue, and I say, okay, good. So I could take this and I could turn this into a little loop over here. I'm going to make a new tab here. Make this a little bigger, and I'll say while true, do that command sleep 2 done. And now this is just going to sit here and spin every 2 seconds and say that we're looking at the light blue page. Then we go back over here to the first tab while that's sitting there spinning, and I say, okay, now we're going to cut it over. We can go look at the service, we can look at the labels that are there, and then we're going to edit the service, and we're going to point it to, instead of being on blue, we're going to point it to look at app green. Escape:WQ, that's going to edit the service. And when I go over here, immediately we moved from blue to green right there. Now every output that comes out of that is going to be green, right? So this is what that looks like visually. We edited the service and it immediately in 1 second cut over to the other side, right? So that's what we did there. And then we can go, we can describe it and we can look at what happened. And now we're pointing at the other green labeled nodes, and those are the right backends for this web service. And that's it. That's all you have to do. That's the whole lab. So it's pretty straightforward, but this is what we're trying to accomplish, is a blue-green instantaneous cutover from one working version of the app to a new, hopefully working version of the app that's going to take all the load in 1 second. That is one way to build things. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a perfectly acceptable way to do an application build. And if this didn't work and I go, oh no, I got to go back, I come back in here and I can re-edit. Whoops. I can edit that service and switch this back right here to blue. Blue, escape:WQ. Whoops. :WQ. And then we come over here and we immediately see that we're back to blue in real time from green. Now this is different than a Canary or a one box or any of these other types of names of deployments that we might run into. Oh, there's multiple containers. Yeah. It's deployment, so there's 2 containers underneath each of these, yes. So actually, so you only deal with pods, but the pods have 1 container each. Yes. Yes, these are different containers within these pods, and these are different containers within these pods, yes. So, now we back up. We go do that same thing again, but we want to do a different type of deployment. And I'm going to show you guys now how to do a Canary deployment. So here's the lab for Canary if you want to do this one with me. And the difference between a Canary deployment and that one is this right here. So I'm going to open this in a new tab. And here's a Canary deployment. So a Canary deployment is the web service is pointed at version 1 of your app. And you've got the second version of your app up. But hold on, before you go to this app, you want to give it a weighted number of users. So we're going to go with an 80-20 split right here. Up here at the top it says 80-20. So we're going to keep 80% going over here to the first one, and we're going to just give a little bit of a Canary, or some people call this a one-box deployment, to 2 different pods over here. So you got 2 pods here and 8 pods here. And this is going to load balance for us. And we're going to verify that this one's working and the use cases and users don't start screaming about the new problem. And then when we're ready, we kick it over to be all on the second one. This is a little more of a safer way to do a deployment. The other one is just a cutover. It's a hard cutover. You've done all your testing, you know your testing is good, and then you cut over hard. This one is kind of easing into it. moving to the new one slowly. This is how like a hermit crab changes its shell right here, you know. He makes sure it's clear and then he goes, right? So let's go do this one real quick. So I have you do the same basic application of the start. And we're going to create the same stuff. But now we're going to use yellow and yellow version 2. So it's yellow is Canary, but it's funny. I didn't like the color of yellow, so I think they're actually light blue now. So don't worry about the color. Worry about the version as you're doing this. And now we can see that the configuration management for yellow and yellow v2 are there. We can see the deployments are there. So they've got 2 of 2 pods each. And then if we get the pods, we can see here's our Canary and our Canary version 2. So good, everything's built for the general deployment. So now it says to create and expose a service. So I'm going to create a service that exposes that, and then I can look at the service and see that it goes to the 1.8 and the 1.9 pods. So if I go up in here and look, these would be the 1.8. Well, we'll see that here in a second. Here's the 1.8 and 1.9 pods. Those are the back-ended pods, this version 1. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to grab this IP address again for our cluster, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to do the same basic thing again, and I'm going to say while true, do curl-s on that IP address, and then we're going to do a grep-i for, let's go version, I think it's version, and then sleep 1, done. Let's see. Does that find me anything? Let's go with grep-i. Let's go IE, and we'll look for V1 or V2. How's that? There we go. Okay, so Canary version 1 is what's happening right now out of my web page, right? And if you say, wait, Scott, I want to see the whole page. I say, okay, hold on. You can see the whole page. Here's the whole page right here. And we're just looking for that V1, right? We could have looked for Canary too. But this is what we're seeing every 1 second. Boom, 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 boom. Now we're going to cut back over here and we're going to do a changeover. So let's hit check here. Good. And now we're going to make sure that we scale up the first deployment to be 8 replicas. And we'll scale up, we'll leave the second deployment at 20, but then we'll edit it to be able to hit all of them. So this one's going to scale it up. And then we're going to describe the service. And very quickly, hold on, describe the service again. Now he's got all these other endpoints as they became available. So he's got 1, 2, 3 shown, and then 5 more, so 8 total. And now we're going to edit, and we're going to come down here, and whereas we were looking at selector for app web and version 1, we're going to take away the version 1. And as I do that, now we're going to version 1 80% of the time over here. And 20% of the time we're going to go to version 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This is hitting our app. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. We had a lot of 2s up front, so this is fair. 1, 1, 1. It's got to hit 2 sometime. There's 2. All right, 1. Right? So it's about 80% of the time when you average this out. But what are you doing right here? You're actually doing this. You're straddling these two. You're sending to 10 different endpoints right now. 8 of them are over here on the old app, and 2 of them are on the new app. So if I come back over here and go back here, and we redescribe this service, you're now going to see 10 total. 1, 2, 3, and then 7 more, because now it's going across all the apps, right? So then we can verify, and we can look, and we can see all the nodes, and we can see all their IPs, and then we can validate that those are what's being seen here, but we know that's true. And then we're going to come in here, and we're going to add version v2 back. So I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to hit O. And the new selector is version v2, right? Escape :WQ. As soon as I hit that, I come back over here, and now we're only on version 2. We will only see version 2 from now on over here. So we've cut over properly to our other system. If we come back over here, we can see that true. It's only pointing to 2 now, and those 2 happen to be our version 2 of the app, which is the 1.11 and the 1.10. 1.10, 1.11 right there. Boom. Checkout. Boom. So you just did a blue-green deployment, and you did a one box or a Canary deployment inside of Kubernetes. So I'll leave that up for you guys that want to think about that and think about those kind of labs that you did. But that's what you just did if you did that with me, right? It's super easy once you've done it, but until somebody shows it to you, it sounds like an abstract concept that's hard to understand. But I assure you, once you do it, you're like, oh, that's it. That's this idea that people get paid a whole bunch of money to. Yes, that's the idea that people get paid a whole bunch of money to know. Yes, right there. Kubernetes, Canary, which is the more preferred in a lot of production and scenarios, and a just a blue-green deployment, which we tend to use in for sure in dev. I can just cut it over to the new app. Who gives a shit? But over in prod, we tend to go a little slower and move a little safer, you know. So there you go. You don't do either of these without ever testing, right? You have to do your testing suites against them. CI/CD requires testing, but this is the methodology by which we split and go and look at those things. So I don't know. Hopefully that makes that a little more clear for you guys if you haven't used them before. Clear as mud, right? Clear as mud. Over on the over on the YouTube side, Shady Muhammad, Abd El Monam, thanks for the subscription. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Yeah, hopefully this stuff's all useful to you. We're just we're hanging out, not working too hard, and I worked a little hard there to show you guys that stuff, but I think for the most part, you guys probably get it. All right, so Challenger deep, pretty deep. All right, guys. Oh, I got to plan something for the wife, too. Can we use cube money to check resilience of our pods? I'm not sure what that command is. Shunya, I mean, there's probably ways to find, like, check the resilience. I've never used a tool called cube money. I don't know if that's like a joke, but I don't know. I don't know what that is. Typically for me, resilience of the pods deals with how available and up they are, how much resources they're using, and then if they're properly being load balanced behind like a service. That's typically how I check that. My pods I always make my pods immutable, so you can't change them, and they do not run as the root user. They run as some bullshit user, so even if you compromise them, you don't really get any access to the underlying box. And I do have labs that show you how to do that stuff. So those are something to think about. Do I have a, hold on. Interesting. I think I have a different screen capture behind this one. That's the same thing, so that's kind of funny. I'm gonna get rid of that one. Alright. Boom. It was weird. It was behind the other one. But yeah, if you guys need any help with that or need to see that, I try to show you guys how that stuff works, because understanding Kubernetes is just a valuable skill, whatever type of admin or engineering you find yourself in. Because Kubernetes is not going away, man. It is all over in the industry. So there's a fair amount of things you can do with it that are kind of good. So all right. Actually, yeah, we talked about namespaces. Probably take a little break though before we do anything where I got to think too much. But maybe we'll get back in around there. Yeah, we do have more events coming up. Michael Pest is going to come talk to you guys. I'll go put in the notes here real quick. That we did. So what did we do here? We did the blue-green deployments. And we did Canary or one box deployments as well. So we did those. I've never used KubeMonkey. I don't know what that is. Is that like a chaos thing? I've never played with it. That sounds like a chaos engineering thing, but I've never messed with it. So is there a better way to see which version of... Oh, yeah, so sort of pseudo. Yeah. There, yeah, so hold on. Let me pull this back up here real quick. Yeah, you didn't have to curl. Hold on. So I'm going back into the one that I just did, the Canary one, real quick. So this is down in, whoops, not testing. I don't want you guys to see the testing stuff. Hetanis over here, Kubernetes, and then if we go to the Canary one, yeah, you can see. Watch, I'll show you. Canary deploy. So we'll do all the deployments and stuff, and then I'll show you like some tricks here. So deploy everything. Look at it, check it, good. And then expose the deployment and then describe it. So I know this is a little small, but I want you to see this like this. When you describe it and then you go look, but then you add -- show labels. One of the things you'll see here, oh, they're not up yet. Hold on. I got to describe again. Oh, there they are. Okay. Let me clear the screen real quick and then go describe and then go with that. Okay. So yeah, the question was, is there a better way to see how a node here? So here's the web service, right? Here's the service. It's a cluster IP service inside of Kubernetes. And right here, there's a selector, and the selector goes to app web and version v1. And then down here on the pods, you can see the version. So this was grep Canary version v2. So these two should not map. The 1.8 and 1.10. Where the hell is it? Hold on. Yeah, they're version v1. Yeah, and then this is looking for version v1 up here, if you see that. So look, it's app web and version v1. So there's its app web and version v1. So that's the easiest way to find. But then also you can look at the endpoint. Here's the endpoint that it actually found. So then if I were to just cut this over, this service, I could do in this lab, I could do this lab like it was just a hard cutover. And then what would happen, let me take v1 here. And now we've got a 1.4 and a 1.11. So I'm going to do a kubectl edit service, web-service, right? And we're going to change this to version 2 real quick. R2. R2. There we go. Escape colon WQ. And then now, as soon as we look at that and we describe the service, he's now pointing over to the version 2 label that you see here on the 1.4 and 1.11 endpoints, which are 1.4 and 1.11. So yeah, you don't have to curl things if you don't want. You can actually do all of the information here. Now, none of this tells me what the web pages are actually showing. The web pages, I have to assume, were properly created in the config maps, and then also inside of the inside of their deployment information, and that's fine. But as far as the labeling of this goes, this is correct. It's going to version 2, which is version 2 and version 2 for these different nodes. So that's how it's all chutes and ladders. The selector here is what picks for the service, what labels from the different pods that it's going to look for. So I'm going to go back to version 1 real quick. I'm going to go get rid of version 2. So here's version 1. Here's version 1 and version 1, 1.8 and 1.10. And I'm going to edit this back to go to version 1 now, R1, escape colon WQ, right? And then now when I look at my service in real time, it's now pointed at version 1, as earlier it was at version 2. Now it's back at version 1, and in version 1 it found a 1.8 and a 1.10, which are 1.8 and 1.10 when you find the version 1 tag. You can use literally any tags you want, but this is just how I happen to do it. Version 1 of the app, version 2 of the app. Roll forward, roll back. And then in the lab, when we do the lab, to achieve this one, we do something where we just strip version, because this was pointed to version 1 of app web, and this is pointed to just app web, and this is pointed to app web and version 2. So there's an anding function here that causes this to be all the things that are app web and version 1, and these are app web and version 2, or I think it's app Canary or app web, whatever I called it. And then here we just took off the version, so then it straddled both of them. We're not super clever, guys. We're doing simple stuff, but that's what this lab shows you how to do. All right. So anyways, that's that. That's what we were doing there. That's all the useful stuff I have to show you guys. I got nothing else for you. Yeah, X-Shun, yeah, I've never played with KubeMonkey, but you definitely could play with it. It'll probably just turn stuff off, which is, you know, what those things do. Sort of pseudo, yeah, as long as you're not breaking some kind of rule of label names, you can do basically whatever you want. Yeah, it's a lot like I mean, I think of labels in Kubernetes the same way I think of tags inside of the cloud. You don't have to use them for hardly anything, but they're tremendously useful for almost everything. So yeah, but selectors point to labels. Yes. So when you do a kubectl describe of a service, you get how that service used selectors to pull labels out of things. Yep. It's also important to know, if you mess up and you call something the same name and then you happen to just be like, oh, I'm just going to start on version 1 again, but you forget that that's pointed to another service, that other service will select those pods and start sending traffic to them. And then you're like, why the hell is this other service busted? Why are we getting these ticket calls? Well, it's because you're reusing names in a place where names are unique. So actually, I got to bring up namespaces here then, because that was asked. But I just need a minute. I don't want to do namespaces just yet. Namespaces are pretty straightforward though, but they just, you know, need to spend a little time explaining them. And again, we're not working too hard today, guys. We're just kind of hanging out. And I'm working in my other screens. Keeping stuff running. Keeping, well, I gotta check my college students real quick, make sure they're not doing anything too ratchet. Yeah, there's nothing going on over there. I gotta answer a student's email. Oh, always gotta correct something with students. Let me see what this guy missed. Oh, I get emails out of the blue. Can you explain this? I can, but I already did. All right, that's good. That's all done. See what's going on over here in the environment. Go ahead all our servers real quick, make sure they're all clean. Fun story, the game shoots ladders build with Buddhists to teach kids the concept of karma. Nirvana was at Skrill 96, reaching 100 made you start at 0. Interesting. Actually, I didn't know that. Rocky 8's down. What the heck's wrong with Rocky 8? Let's go see. So, you guys, I don't think can see that. So let me make it live. It's going to be bright for a second, guys. But it always is when we're doing work. Where's he at? Why is he behind everything? Hold on. Gotta move him up in front of stuff. There we go. Alright, let's go look at why Rocky 8's down. He is hard down. Console. Let's boot him up. Let's boot our node up and see what happens. The selector points to label. That's what I was meant. Yeah, sort of pseudo. That's exactly how it works. Selectors point at labels. Yes. Yep. So if you look at a selector in a service, and you go look at the pod or the deployment or whatever it's pointed at, I 100% guarantee you the label is the same. It has to be. That's how it's selecting it. So, yeah, and then until somebody shows it to you, it's like abstract. But now you know, and now you're like, boom, I can always find it. All right, Rocky 8's coming up. He's pulling the right container image. He's pulling his kernel image there. That's important. Get his kernel image, and then he'll pull his init RAM FS. Boom. There's his two things he pulls. All right, our node should be coming back up. And guys, by the way, I hope this is clear. I do not care if people break the lab to all crap. If I come in on a Monday morning and the lab is down to only like 1 or 2 servers limping along and all the other ones are down, I'm just like, well, sounds like there was a good lab weekend. Sounds like somebody got in there and did. I mean, now look, if you're in there like doing malicious shit, that's different. But like if you're in there like genuinely like breaking servers while you're trying to figure stuff, this is exactly where you should do it. So trust me, I'm not going to get mad about that stuff. I would rather you guys break a server and learn something than never break a server and only learn to be scared of Scott. Like, I don't... the only person I need to be scared of me around here is that stupid fucking bot that keeps talking shit to me in our Discord, right? That's the only thing I need to be scared of me. Nobody else needs to be... I want you guys using these servers and breaking them. So Rocky 8 being busted, it's good, right? And you guys get to watch him boot back up and pull his image and be a good functioning working node again. So, yeah, I'm not super worried about a box breaking here and there. That's how we learn this stuff, right? All right, it's running its system overlays. Its initial overlays are going now. And as soon as that finishes, we should see the node come up. And once the node's up, we'll close this down. We'll get rid of our XCPNG, which we don't need to do just yet. I'll leave it up there for a second for you guys. We'll wait till he comes all the way back up, and then we'll do this guy again. Make sure that the node's responsive. Oh, 8's still not up all the way. Taking a little time on its SC Linux, that's fine. We're not super worried about that. I said SE Linux. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Let that keep coming up here. Nodes don't normally take this long, but I think sometimes they hang on the SE Linux port for a little bit. They're not. Oh, we do have it on, so it is relabeling everything. So that does take a little while to run RestoreCon everywhere. This is what we expect. You guys see Ranger down there? He's not working very hard either. Look at him. Just chilling. Just being a Ranger dog. This is maybe taking a little longer than I would have expected. Oh, no, there it is. All right, so SE Linux was relabeling that whole time. So I'm going to move that down here in a second. As soon as we see it come all the way up, I'm going to transition. All right, it's good. And now I'm going to move that to the background so you guys don't have to see it. And then let's go rerun this, which should give us a working everything in our nodes. All of our stuff is green. Green to green. All of our systems are up. Yep. Good. Rocky 8 is in there and it's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 10. I don't. Oh, there he is right there. There's 8. Okay. Good. Well, we feel pretty good about that. I mean, we knew he was working anyways, but it's good to see it in our little Ansible play. That'll kind of show us everything's good. What else do we got, guys? We're not working too hard. I had pizza for lunch. I don't know if any of you guys had lunch yet. It's noon here, so I have to imagine most of the U.S. has had lunch. Even Pacific time should still be 11, so. So you guys should be coming up, doing lunch if you haven't already. I work from home, but I have some food pretty close to me, so I drove over earlier and got pizza. Pizza by the slice from a little place called Barrows. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. I see the bot is still welcoming people, so that's good. You guys can always ask the bot questions too, although its answers are going to be somewhat rude, like a Unix admin. Actually, where's Fisherman? Fisherman, are you around? I think Fisherman's doing too much work travel recently, so I don't know if he's been around. Yeah, cool, because I didn't really eat breakfast this morning, so I ended up... yeah, I think I ended up missing breakfast, so I just ate a big lunch. I didn't wrestle this morning. I haven't wrestled all this week because of my... I've been coughing. I don't want to get anybody sick. I'm not sick anymore, but I don't want to be around people. Like, you're very close when you wrestle people, so I don't want to be too close to people and give them any problems. So... Lezerbisca, it is high noon for me. It is high noon, and there's two things to do at high noon in Arizona. It's have gunfights and drink or eat dinner or eat lunch. I mean, so you can have a gunfight or you can go to lunch. So, because I don't know if you guys all know this. Not everybody probably knows this around the world. Arizona is an open carry state. If you want to carry it on your hip, you can. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. I do not open carry. I conceal carry, but you can carry it on your hip like a gunslinger if you want. You're within your rights in Arizona to do that. So I don't like doing that though. So I always carry concealed, as I have most of my life. So, but that's probably a culture shift for some people. But yeah, it is lunchtime over here. Oh man, we should do one of these. We should watch one of these seminars one of these times as a group. I'll maybe find one that's coming up that people are interested in, and maybe we'll sign up and we'll let them know, hey, we just want to come as a group and listen, and then we'll sit around and listen and maybe take notes and give them feedback. That'd be fun, huh? Oh, is it open in Pennsylvania? I didn't know that. I thought Pennsylvania was very not okay with that. I didn't know Pennsylvania was like that. King Subaki, do you get work that comes in kind of King Subaki? Do you get work that comes in like randomly, like kind of like ticket work? And figure of sick, yeah, I'm the same way. I never. Well, so wait, I take it back. I did open carry for quite a few years when I was in the Army, but that's a rifle, and there's no real way to hide a rifle. So like when I was in Iraq, I obviously open carried a rifle, but I was in charge of everything around me, therefore I didn't really worry as far as that goes. But yeah, but that's a totally different concept to be completely open like that. But yeah, King Subaki, that's cool if you don't have any work right now. I mean, it's good to have work, but it's good to also be able to relax a little bit. Maybe hang out with us here. We just cleaned up the lab environment a little bit, so the lab's up. Some of you guys probably wonder, or you're probably like, hey, like how does that work to get into the lab environment? Well, we have hosts. If you host prolog.asuscom.com, or if you were to host, you could NS look up prolog.asuscom.com. That would get you there as well. And then on that, there's a server that's exposed on port 22. It's actually this box here. And then this is where people come in. So we've got a few streamers in right now. There's one, two. So there's at least two people connected to the system right now. And then what happens is you get dropped into an environment that kicks you over into all of our werewolf systems. So then you're over here, and you get dropped into one of these 19 nodes. If you don't get into one of these 19 nodes, it kicks you out of the bastion, right? That's kind of the way our environment works. What I need to do here, though, interestingly enough, is I need to do some work in here on the... where do I have this crap? That's not what I want. I don't know where I put this crap. Nope. Man, guys, I do some dumb stuff sometimes, and then I don't even know. All right, I'm gonna make a static pod here and do. Yeah, I think I just exposed these generically like that. I just made a deployment. Yeah, I didn't even do anything smart with it. Okay, I got to work on that. Chips and Peace also feels like college. Hey, Rob, how's it going? You're not raiding over here, are you? If you did raid, it didn't tell me you raided, so hopefully you're doing all right, Rob. I saw that you were on earlier, but I didn't hop in because I was kind of hanging out. No, you're welcome to hang out. Sometimes I do kind of like a working stream like this, and I don't bother to like pull my green screen over and do all that stuff, so I'm just kind of hanging out. Yeah, King Subaki, you said question or tips on just reading every day. Oh, let's go back here by the way so that you guys can see. This is the library.noah will help you guys get involved with data science type projects if you want to, that kind of stuff. Subaki, yeah, King Subaki, it's fine. This is my thoughts on studying every day. Let me pull something up for you guys that I sometimes talk to. We'll call this like our lunchtime here, and I'll show you guys this. It's one of my little presentations that I do on something called excelling in the engineering field. It's called after college, but I'm gonna fix it for this. Hold on, and I'm going to make it look like this and get this out of the way, and then I gotta pull it up so it's actually shown for you guys. So give me 1 second here. I'm gonna make a new source real quick here. Screen capture. I'll just call this a engineering PowerPoint. Yeah, thanks, Rob. Don't even change into Rob. I trust me, man. If I wasn't close to the wife, I probably wouldn't do that too. I know you're around your wife a lot too, so she probably makes sure you're doing that stuff as well. Hold on, give me a second here. I'm gonna pull this up. Nope, that is not what I wanted to do. Why did that pull up the wrong? Boom. Okay. Hold on. Make sure you guys have the. Nope, that's not right again. Keeps jumping over to my other source. So let me do a very specific this real quick. Huh. You guys, what's happening is it keeps pulling up like this, even though this is not the right. I'm trying to do a different source, and then the source keeps flipping back over to the one that's primary. So let me see if I can do this different, because I need it to. I have it pointed at the right spot now, but it popped back over. That's weird. All right, well, there's another way I can do this. Let me just pull it up like this. We'll cheat. We're cheating. I don't normally cheat with this, but we'll go this way. Hold on. Actually, maybe this will work. Hold on. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so let's talk about this real quick. So somebody just asked, Subaki just asked about like how do you keep studying, right? So how do you study every day or whatever? So this comes from my talk. Acne ads. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Well, I'll wait for the ad break to be over for everybody. Why does this thing keep switching like that? That's a weird thing. Like that focus keeps coming back. Yeah, sorry about that, Rob. I'm trying to keep it on the focus of this page, but yeah, it keeps switching back. All right, hold on. I gotta fix this. Give me a second, guys. Here, I gotta pick a different source for this. We're gonna cheat. I'm just gonna cheat like this. Boom. So I'm gonna cheat. This is not the way I would normally do this, but I'm gonna cheat for today, and I'm just gonna do this. So I apologize, guys. This is gonna look a little weird, but it's not gonna focus back on it anymore. So look at this real quick, and the question was, could I? Oh yeah, Rob, you're fine. You don't have to. I think I try to keep my ads reasonable, but they do pop up every now and then. But the question was, could somebody, how would we study? And this question comes for me. This was originally for my college students, so I said after college, but then I switched it over to be for anybody. And what I want you guys to think about is, how would I be a good engineer, or how would I keep studying going forward? So this is my kind of thoughts on that. So here's my little random quote to get you guys interested. Education, you don't just fill it up once. The more you learn, the more you're onus to keep learning, right? Guys like me and guys like RWX Rob, we have to keep ourselves sharp, guys. We don't just arrive one day and go, I don't need to learn anymore. That doesn't really happen. Like, we have to keep doing stuff. We have to keep learning, right? So here's my thoughts on engineering, right? These are, if you wanted to boil down everything that I think about being an engineer, it's right here on this page. Now, I don't care, guys, if you're talking software engineering, which I've never been, but I'm just speaking to that from a level of like understanding what they do. Hardware engineering, Linux engineering, I don't care what type of engineering you do. We deal in truth. We look for the 1, we look for the 0, we look for the appropriate state of whatever thing we're checking for. Our utility or value added is directly related to what we know and how quickly we can get to the right answer. That's a quote by me, but this is what we deal in. Right here is truth. I never, as an engineer, the number one worst thing you could do is find an error in something I told somebody. Not like bad for you, like I'm gonna yell at you. Bad for me. Like I fucking hate when somebody can prove me wrong on anything. And that's not because I'm just like trying to be the smartest guy in the room. It's because that is literally the currency that I have. That is literally the value I have to the company. If I give everybody wrong answers when people ask me stuff, what am I even doing here? Why do I have any right to call myself an engineer of anything higher than like a basic like beginner entry level engineer? You know, I tell you guys I'm a principal engineer. I better know what the hell I'm talking about, right? So this is my value add to the company. These are the things that the company asks us for. They want us to answer the best technology to fix a problem. And sometimes they want us to fix something that's there. Those are the only two things the company really asks you for as an engineer. You got to know technologies that can best fit a problem, and then you need to fix problems that show up. Those are your two things you do. And in either case, knowledge and finding solutions, understanding how to troubleshoot those kind of things are what we bring to the table. So if you accept that these things are true, this is my thoughts on how we keep ourselves sharp and ready to do that going forward. All right. So here's our overview. I'm going to tell you how to learn how you learn. This was a question then, was how do you learn? What certifications are out there? What home lab stuff I think you should do? Book collection, industry. This is maybe the most important thing. Get involved with people talking like how you want to talk. If you tell me, Scott, I want to be a zookeeper, but I refuse to hang out with zookeepers, I'd be like, well, you're going to be hard pressed to talk like them if you just can't stand them, right? Like I enjoy doing security stuff, but I find most security engineers completely insufferable humans. So I don't really like working with them. So I don't sit around with them. So I just hang over on the Linux side of things, right? But my point is, go find people doing things that are interesting to you, right? And then if you do all these things and you look around and there's nobody to teach you, turn around and start mentoring others. You're obviously the expert in the room. If you look across a room of 30 engineers and there's nobody there that's going to teach you anything and nobody knows it as good as you need to turn around and teach it to others. Oh, Rob, I can't stand... Like I tell people all the time, Rob, I can't stand... Being the smartest person in the room is 100% completely irrelevant to me. Because I have known... The tale as old as time is Beauty and the Beast. And the second most common tale is a smart person that doesn't fucking do anything. I know all kinds of people that are smarter than shit. I know a fair number of Mensa members. I've been invited to Mensa multiple times since I was a kid. I'm never going to do that shit because I have never seen a bigger group of do-nothings in my life than people that were told that they were smart from birth. Never in all my life. Yeah, network engineers can be bad too, for sure. So one of my things is I can't do all that stuff. I can't sit around and just like, you know, be like on that South Park where they're just farting in glasses and sniffing their farts. Like, I can't do that shit. I tell people all the time, you can be the smartest guy in the room. I'm going to be over here building stuff. And anytime anybody's like acting like that, I just think in my head, like, because guys, everybody always thinks I'm kidding about this. 2 different times in my life, I have worked with engineers that could do calculus in their head. And you say, no. And I say, yeah, you could give them any number against some equation and they would show you exactly where it was on the curve. And you say, no, they can't. And I say, yeah, I've known dudes that can do that shit in their fucking head. They don't need the equation. They don't need anything in front of them. They'll just give you the answer. And I've known 2 of them. And I'm never going to be able to do that, guys. I'm not that smart. So that being said, my value is being able to find the right answer to things, right? Like I build things and get stuff working, right? That's my job. So anyways, here's our overview. Here's the first part. You got to learn how you learn. So this was the question earlier about I need to learn and I need to stay motivated and then I need to study. Everybody learns different, guys. Some of you can sit down and read a book. There's fewer and fewer of us that can sit and read a book anymore nowadays, but I'm a what you call a bibliophile. I love books, right? I have every book from every college class I ever took, and I have a book of every class I've ever taught for college too. I have all those books for 16 years of teaching now and 20 something years of going to college. I have every book. So yeah, hard work and still getting answers so fast is much more valuable than raw intelligence. Yeah, I tell people all the time, next best thing to knowing something is knowing where to reference it. I got told in an interview once, I was in a senior interview at, I think the company was, long time ago, this was LifeLock. And they said, we've never seen somebody pull up a man page in front of us. And I'm like, why wouldn't they? Said, if you watched over my shoulder on the average day, I pull up man pages all the time. Why would I care if you knew that I pulled up man pages? That's what I do. Well, anyway, so this is a very important thing to understand. You do not find time, you make time to study. You don't find time. You don't find a little bit and squeeze it out at the end of the day. You do it up front, right? So do you need a Pomodoro timer to keep you on task? Do you know what a Pomodoro timer is? You know, like what's a 40-20 or a 45-15 or a 50-10 split where you can study and do other things, or you can work and then study, or work and then take a break? Can you sit and watch hours and hours of video? And if you do, can you watch it? I can only watch a video. The fastest I've ever been able to watch a video and understand anything was 1.75. But I know dudes that can watch at 3 times the speed. Do you know how much you can consume if you can do that? That's hard, right? You do not find time, you make time. Do it every morning. Do it the first thing in the morning before you do anything else. And this is huge. A little every day is better than cramming once a week. If you've ever taken a college class, they have you spread out your discussion posts throughout the week, because everybody that's ever done any studying around this knows that it's better to do stuff every day than to do it one time a week. Like let's take Rob, for example, since Rob's hanging out with us. Do you think Rob's going to be in better shape if he does 30 minutes of biking every day, or if he just does 1 4-hour block on a Sunday every week? That's immediately laughable. We know that the better thing to do is 30 minutes a day. We know it. Even if he eats right all week, it's still better than trying to cram. You can't go to the gym once a week and be in shape. I've tried it. Doesn't work, right? Then this is another thing. You got to find out what's interesting to you. I have a self-assessment on Discord for you guys to go and do like what's interesting to you and figure out what you're good at. Because here's the thing. I'm terrible. Like I would put myself as like a 3 out of 10 on like SQL commands. I am no good at SQL. I can formulate SQL. I can copy SQL from the internet and query databases, sure. But I'd give myself like a 3 out of 10. I can take a SQL query that I see online and change it for the query that I want on a local page after I look at the table, sure. But that's like 3 out of 10. I don't know that very well. But also, then when I look at my interests, I am 0 out of 10 interested in being any good at SQL. I don't give 2 shits about being good at SQL. I will leave the database work to the database people. I look at database people like most Windows engineers look at me as a Linux engineer. I don't want nothing to do with them. They go into the dark, scary places of databases that I don't want to be part of. So yeah, I don't do that. So it's good for me to take an assessment of what am I interested in and what am I good at. Now, if I happen to really like Linux and I happen to be decent at Linux, well, now we've got a place of like a coincidence of wants, if you will. And then that's not really, that's an economics term. I'm not really using it correctly there, but it's similar, where we have an intersection, right? But I'm definitely not a full stack guy. And then you work on projects that allow you to do what you're interested in. More on this later, right? So this is one thing to know about yourself right here, how you learn. Figure out how you can read and learn that kind of stuff. And there you go. Man, I can't do web stuff, so I can't do full stack. I could do Kubernetes okay, but yeah. It's definitely near impossible, Rob, for anybody to do that. And I stay out of that space. I tell guys I know the core Linux stuff that I know, and then I move out and read about the stuff on the edges as I need it, right? And maybe some of that stuff stays hot for me for a while, but for the most part I forget it eventually over time. So this is another one. This is kind of an important thing as you learn things. Bloom's taxonomy is how we teach it in college, right? And the idea of Bloom's taxonomy is the first two are really up to your bachelor's level, right? But this is also just, even if you say, well, Scott, I'm not going for a bachelor's degree, that's fine. That's fine. I don't care if you're going for a bachelor's. But this is still how you learn things. First thing, you got to remember stuff. You got to be able to recall basic names and stuff. If I'm going to talk to you about Kubernetes and I'm going to start talking about namespaces and services and the way that pods work, and you're like, and I'm 5 minutes into it, and you raise your hand and go, what's a namespace and what's a pod and what's a Kubernetes? I'm just like, oh gosh, I failed you because I started going before you were even understanding the basic facts, right? I call this glossary. So if you ever take a test like an AWS, like Certified Cloud Practitioner or an AZ900, like they're just terms. Like, do you know what an Azure blob is? Do you know how Azure blobs can be looked at? Do you understand that it's an API call, right? This is very important for people to learn how they learn. While it's great to just jump up into reading, maybe some high-level documentation and maybe some research and stuff, you have to understand the basics down here, right? So the first two layers, very important. This bachelor's kind of starts to get up into this, maybe a little tiny bit into this, but a lot of times this is your master's level work right here. 3, 4, and 5 is heavily master's level work. And then doctorate level work tends to be your 5 and 6, right? But doesn't mean that you need those things. You don't need a degree to do any of these things. This is just how your brain kind of learns things. And just know that you won't be able to justify a stand or take a position until you understand how things interact. Like, if I understand why I want to have if I tell you guys, hey, when we deploy our containers must be immutable, meaning they can't be changed, and they must be non-root. But then you raise your hand and go, Scott, what's a non-root? And I go, I'm not 100% sure. Get out of here. Get out of here with your questions, right? If I start doing that stuff, you'd be like, this guy doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. And you'd be right, because I'd be insane, more than I normally am. But my point is, you have to understand these pieces before you can get up to justifying. Rob, this is good for me. Reminds me that telling people just go create something is premature. Need to at least have something that leads them to that level. Yeah, sometimes... sometimes we got to walk people. I like the military's way of what they call crawl, walk, run. We crawl with a thing, we touch it, and we kind of like play with it and goo goo gaga, and then we start to walk with it and understand it a little more and watch it in operation, and then we start to run and build and create new things. So the military uses a thing called the crawl, walk, run method to teach things, right? But this is another one. This one's really important right here. I drew this out myself, but I really like this. There's a thing called the unconscious conscious incompetence competence model. It's called the conscious competence model. And this is how you perform things when you do hands-on tasks. Most people start over here. You don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. You're at unconscious incompetence. You're incompetent of something, and you don't even know that you're incompetent of it. And then you find out that there's a thing called Kubernetes, and you become conscious of your incompetence. So you stay over here, and you start to learn, like, okay, I want to know about this Kubernetes stuff, but I don't really know how to do kubectl commands or figure this kind of stuff. And I don't really know how to move through these things and do these commands. But then you go from conscious incompetence to conscious competence, and you start to develop proficiency and knowledge, but you do have to think actively to apply or maintain it, right? And then the last stage is unconscious competence. You don't even have to think about it anymore. You're proficient. But I want to tell you guys something. This is something very important. You might look at this and go, Scott, obviously I want to be over here, but I want to tell you this is actually a trap. I need to put a little Admiral Akbar right here and go, it's a trap. This is a trap for engineers. You do not want to be here ever as an engineer. You want to break it and stay up here your whole career. And you say, no, wait, I want to always be thinking and applying and learning and having to actively, yes, because when you go on autopilot, next thing you know, you wake up and you've got 8 hours of meetings a day and you're a manager and you didn't even realize it. Or the technology changes out from under you and you're no longer using something and you don't know how to even learn anymore because you've been on autopilot so long. I can't tell you guys how many times I've heard about like an engineer having some technology change out from under them, and then They don't even like, and then they're done and they're out of the industry. And it's like, now I got to catch up and I'm not young anymore and this and this. No, you want to stay up here. This takes discipline to stay in the conscious competence section up here. You want to stay up here. And guys, this is not some perfect model, but it is what's called the conscious competence model. And you can go find out and read about it if you want and stuff, right? Yeah. So stay up here. Know that you don't know everything. Know that you're not on autopilot. You have to think to do things. And I really do think that this is where engineers want to stay. Yeah, maybe if you design the technology, you can hang out here. But for the most part, this is what this model looks like. Cube monkey pot. Jeez. All right. So then we go to certifications. Guys, there's a lot of certifications out there. I like ISC squared, but that's probably just because I have some of them. CompTIA is a good foundational one. There's the Linux Foundation if you want a lot of hands-on stuff. There's all kinds of cloud certs out there, and the cloud certs have free training with them, right? So the training's all free. Everything on here costs some money to take. Different layers between $100 at the base of these up through like $798 for these. So it gets expensive, right? But then down here, I have all the free certs that I know about. Here's all the free certs that Scott Champagne knows about. General engineering, there's Six Sigma process improvement. This one is free to take and learn and also to take online. So the Six Sigma Council has a white belt and a lean Six Sigma. So this is about process improvement, having lean process improvements and what we call just-in-time product deployment and development and those kind of things. And these are really good as general engineering things if you want to be an engineer. Then for technology stuff, there's an API lifecycle one out there. And API Academy, this one moved, but in our Discord, if you go to beginner start here, we actually have, here's all of them right here, and there's the new one, apiacademy.learnupon.com. So here's a bunch of free certs here. And my point in showing you guys these is these are just things to go stuff into your resume if you don't have anything. Or if you're just like, Scott, I want to learn how APIs work. And I go, well, thankfully there's about a 20-hour course out there that will get you 3 little cool certificates, and then you can put them on your resume because you learned something. There's the Gremlin Chaos Engineering site. And one of my favorite things to show you guys is this Dastergon GitHub. This guy's got such a cool little GitHub. He's got probably a few hundred hours worth of study of chaos engineering here for you guys. King Subaki, yeah. Do free certs hold any merit when it comes to job hunting? I think so. I always tell people you want to have what's called a positive differentiator on your resume. You want to have as many things that make somebody want to talk to you as possible, and you don't want any detractors. So detractors would be like, you know, felonies and shit. You don't want those things. Yeah, you definitely want, if you have nothing else on a resume, a cert is better than nothing. 100%. Okay. There's a cool little cert for IPv6. And again, these are all up in the Discord, so we won't dig into them too much. But if you're like, hey, I want to learn how IPv6 works, go study that. And these are all free certs. The studying and the taking of these are all free right here. All right. Then there's a bunch of free training, but the cert itself is not free. So Killer Coda has literally thousands of labs. There's all the other Six Sigma belts you can study. There's Terraform and Vault from HashiCorp, which are free to go study. The cert for those costs a little bit of money, but it's not free. General data science, you can go to Kaggle and start doing data science right now if you wanted. General web, you can study everything you want to know about the web on W3 Schools. Linux, the Linux documentation project, it's great. You want to do web security? Go learn Portswigger. Now, the test for Portswigger is like, I want to say somewhere around like $400, but the training's free, so free is good. There's a few other ones I can think of here. There's a Falco training, and there's Redis has good training that's free. But anyways, I think you should build a home lab, and then you could just noodle around and play in your home lab. That's what you guys see me do most of the day. Personal projects, you could do all the personal projects you want inside of your lab environment. You can do professional projects, things that look professional and directly relate to things you do professionally, but you can also work on them in the home lab. right? So I do that. And then you get a book collection, right? There's good Humble Bundle books out there. I have a book. You know, the book is all about Linux stuff, though. But the collection of books is for reading and referencing later, right? So you have a bunch of things that you can go do and look at. I'm a big fan of Humble Bundle for finding books. You can find most books out there somewhere. But if you just want to save yourself the time and donate to a charity, I like Humble Bundle for that. There's free books online for SRE. It's sre.google/books. They give you a whole bunch of free books right there. Boom. Right? Something for you guys to look at and play with. All right. Industry discussions. Go find yourself a group. If it's not my group, if it's not the Professional Linux Users group, go find somebody. I have a buddy who's been involved with Measure Camp and Measure Slack for many years, and he makes really, really good money doing data analytics with Google Analytics Tag Manager and stuff. So there's open source projects around high performance compute. There's a bunch of free labs out there. There's a bunch of free government resources. I have this NOAA guide out there for all the upcoming seminars. There's all this data.gov free stuff out there for you. And there's just all kinds of free stuff for you guys to go get involved with out there in the world, right? So get involved in industry discussion. If you did nothing else I said, this is probably the most important one. Go listen to how the engineers talk. Go listen to how the different people talk, what the technologies are. Take notes around the technologies that are mentioned. And next thing you know as much as other people do. And you might get called on as like maybe an expert for something. All right. There's our review. And then just find me on Discord or Twitch. So anyways, that was our talk on that stuff. That was something to kind of think about and mess with. Leave that running over here. So, what else we got? Anybody got anything else going on that's interesting? We're not working too hard over here for the rest of us. Oh, what is this thing doing? Hold on. I got some other chat here. Oh, I know what happened. Hold on. I got to get rid of this. I got to get rid of this other chat now. Hold on, I gotta get rid of that. Get out of there. There we go. All right, that's better. That's what I wanted you guys to see. This page here. Yeah, Rob, thanks for coming by. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, nice, yeah. If you need any editing, I'm pretty good about that stuff, Rob. But let me know. I appreciate you coming by. I'm just hanging out, not working too hard. This is co-working day for me, so. Absolutely. All right, guys. By the way, I'm going to let that spin for a little bit. Oh, thanks for that, YouTube. Yeah, I try to keep going, and it keeps me motivated too, seeing other people learn this stuff. So, Cold Kiss, you're back troubleshooting your disk on your home lab. Oh yeah, that's always good. Subaki, gonna try to watch videos at 1.5 speed. Usually can only do 2 hours at a time before can't absorb anymore. Yeah, that's good. Forks per app, I can study twice a day. Good. Yeah, and I also advise people, if you're watching somebody do something and you can be in a similar environment, just be in the environment, putting the commands in. If it's an environment that you can just blow away and rebuild, why not, right? Oh, Kolkus, that is pretty long for a disk. That is, I'm sure that's well past its mean time between failures for whatever disk it is. Because if it's a spinning platter, most of them don't go over 5 years. All right, guys, I'm going to take a walk real quick. I'll be back. I'll walk, stretch my legs out, grab some more water. Power on hours 56,000. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of hours. Look at Ranger. Oh, I don't know if you guys saw Ranger there, man. That freaking dog. He is sleeping so hard. Yeah, Colchis, have you seen that they're doing like, I was joking around about this earlier, but it's true. They're not just doing Black Friday, they're doing like Black Friday week. And then Black Friday week was actually 2 weeks this year. And it's like, I thought Black Friday was the day after Thanksgiving, right? But now they're like stretching it to, it's been like all of Thanksgiving. And then, just wild to me. Yeah. That's wild. Alright, so we're checking everything out here. Let's see. We just kind of quickly went over the excelling in engineering presentation. Oh, we did the deep dive to the ocean. We went all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, didn't we? That was fun. All the way down to 10,884 meters, right? That's pretty deep. That's quite a few miles down. Oh, we looked at some Kubernetes stuff. So that was Kubernetes there, our blue-green deployments and our Canary type deployments. We looked at all those. Yeah, good times. Good times. Yeah, Jack Burton, we definitely threw punches in line, didn't we? Those were the good old days. I remember one time I went with a buddy. This would have been like 2004. This was like right after I got out of the Army. And one of my buddies wanted to go sit outside of a Best Buy. and so we were out there the night before, and then into the early morning before they were going to come down. They came with like these tickets, and they basically started at the front of the line around this Best Buy, and they had these little tickets, and they were like, what do you want? Do you want like, are you here for this really nice like fridge deal, or are you here for this computer deal? And whatever the people told them, they got one of those tickets. So basically what they were trying to do was show people, well, okay, you're going to be able to get one if you have this ticket, but otherwise don't just come rushing in the store all crazy. Yeah. Oh, Colchis. If you ever want to see it happen in real time, go look at Woot.com. Woot.com was one of the greatest sites ever until Amazon bought it. And then now Woot.com is just this, it's basically just you see them marking things off 78%, but then when you go look over on, the old bag of crap, you can get up to 3 bags of crap. And sometimes you get a phone in a bag of crap, and sometimes you get a staple or a booger. Who knows, man? They could put anything they wanted in that bag of crap. Yeah, I bought a TV off of that one time for $2,500, and it was one of the best TVs I ever owned. It got stolen. Got stolen at my house in 2012. But sometimes the bag of crap was the best thing, and no matter what you bought, shipping was $5. So I bought a $2,500 TV that was one of the smallest. It was one of the thinnest LCD displays ever. It was only 6.75 inches. Whereas the LCD used to be these really, not LCD, what's the spinning one? They used to be the really deep tube ones. Woot off light. Dude, Woot was just such a fun site back in the day, because you would wake up and you would just be refreshing to see what you got in the morning, and if it was nothing that you wanted, you just didn't get anything until the next day. Like, Woot had 1 item a day on it. That's all it used to be. It was so fun. Such a fun thing. And sometimes you got really good deals. I went on Woot one time in the last year. Again, like, you don't really get the deals like you used to, because it's marked down 78% off, but then it's like you go and you compare it to Amazon, and it's nowhere near actually being 78% off what Amazon has it. Yeah. No, it was before even plasmas. It was the... Yeah, maybe it was CRTV. It was the one that had the little lens in the bottom of it, and the lens was like the spinning lens or the spinning like projector lamp. It was one of those backlit projector ones. Yeah, yeah. I could probably find it, but yeah, I got off of Woot for $2,500. Yeah, yeah. And I remember because it was $2,500, and every time the lens went out, like every 2 years, it was $750 for me to buy a new lens. And when somebody stole it, I had just bought two new lenses, and I got them aftermarket, so they were only like $400 together. But I still remember thinking, man, I wish they had stole these two freaking lenses, because now I have, or projector lamps or whatever, because I'm like, now I've got these stupid lamps, and they've got my stupid TV. Yeah, kind of annoying. All right, fix one on here. All right. Yeah, you can ask me about tech. I mean, I don't know if I'll know an answer to it, but I'll try to answer it if I know it. I tend to be on the Linux and engineering side of things, but I'll try to answer something if I know it. Yeah, but SWK, you can ask me anything that you think I might know the answer to. I don't know if I'll actually know anything about it. But I'll give you the best answer I know. That's what I tried to, anyways. The True OT. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. I missed some earlier. Silver Starship. Hopefully this stuff's good. We're just kind of hanging out. OpenSense Cisco IPsec VPN using SCP for search. Does anyone have any hints on making that stuff work? Oh, I have not worked on that. I mean, I've done some IPsec VPNs in my time, but oh, you don't control the Cisco side. If you can get them to print out how the Cisco side looks, if they'll at least print it out for you, hopefully on your side you can configure all the pieces you want. Because for me, anytime I tried to, like, I've been pretty successful in getting VPNs to work in my career, even though, I mean, I've been a networking guy my whole career, but I don't advertise that very much to people. But most of my rule was just make sure everything's the same on both sides. So if I don't control the other side, I just ask if I can get a printout of what it looks like, and then as long as it's within whatever security standards I have, then I will. As long as my side has the same connections to that side, I think that it's a little better, or I can get it to work typically. But I mean, there's always the possibility that you're not going to be able to get the same exact technology. Like if you don't have the same exact types of what are they called? Like if you don't have the same exact cryptographic functions on both sides. Like if theirs is older or yours is older, and you don't, can't get them to work. But for me, as long as I have one config side, I tend to. Oh, you have their full Cisco config. You might go with a virtual ASA just so it's the same. Yeah. I would just try to get it. I mean, configured as close to the same as I could, if that were the case. But yeah, if it's not connecting, then it's possible that there's. Because Cisco, you got to remember too. Cisco has a fair amount of proprietary things sometimes too, and if they selected anything proprietary, you might not be connecting to it. So that's a possibility too. So. But yeah, my work on VPNs over the years has been pretty extensive, but it's been mostly, my rule is just make both sides look the same, and then it all works for me. And then I make sure that they're up to whatever minimum security standards I have. So Cisco for when you must and may be reserved. Yeah. Cisco, man, Cisco has so many proprietary protocols and things going on that you really have to know their stuff just to avoid all the proprietary stuff in your configurations. Like ISL instead of VLANs. Like ISL will take the place of 802.1 Q tagging, but only if you're in a completely homogeneous environment. If anything's hetero in your environment, meaning different, right, heterogeneous, then you would have just ISL doesn't fucking work anymore. because ISL is a tagging structure that's only understood by Cisco devices, right? So your VLANs only work if everybody's using 802.1q. So anyways, like that. Like SEP is a protocol, but not really anyone but Cisco. Yeah. Yeah, that's an example for sure. Yeah, the SWK, I don't know if you're in our Discord, but if you ask that in the networking channel, maybe somebody's run into that. But I haven't run into that exact thing, unfortunately. It's very possible though, especially with the certs. It's very possible that you might have to have something that's doing the same talking on the other side. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. If they have something that's so niche that nobody else is using it, I can see that being a problem. But yeah, I haven't particularly hooked that up, unfortunately. So that sucks. Yeah, I've done a lot of networking, but probably not. I wouldn't say I've done a whole lot of networking in the last 8 years, but kind of moved away from it heavily. I just stay on the Linux. I just hide out in my little Linux hole and nobody knows what I do. So, although my current boss is pretty good. Xshun, you asked Tailscale versus Cloudflare tunnels, which is a better option to reach home network. I couldn't tell you. Xshun. I've never used either of those for home tunneling. Most of you guys know my home solution for security is I can always get to prolug.asuscom.com, which is our connection to the Prolug lab, but also my home devices. And as long as I can get to that, and it's PROLUG. Anyways, but if I can get to that, I can SSH in, and then I can do whatever reverse tunneling I need to get. Like if I need to go to a port and see like my Ranger cam or something, I can do that. I just have to reverse tunnel through, and then I can see anything I want in my network. You fired Cisco from your networks about 15 years ago. Juniper. Yeah. If you bring HPE in, you're probably going to have all kinds of other stuff going on. I do a fair amount of networking right now in Dell devices, and those Dell devices, they have very much a Cisco iOS type command line, but most of them are they're underpinned by Linux, so I can actually go in on a Linux shell too. It's really interesting to me, like some of the stuff that you can kind of get away with now, some of the stuff that they're doing, add third-party tools, all kinds of other stuff. I never even heard of Extreme. What's that? Schizo. What's Extreme? Is that the brand or is that a company? Yeah, but Xshun, if I have port 22 open, I can get home. And then from there, I can reach back out any way I need. Juniper is underpinned by BSD, so start shell will drop you into a shell. Nice. I didn't know that either. I do a fair amount with Mellanox, which is Mellanox is our their company that bought a few years back by NVIDIA. Oh, Extreme Networks. Okay. Yeah, I do a lot with NVIDIA, Mellanox, and then Mellanox is OFED. Optical something. Super fast networking. Parallel file systems exist out there and stuff. Typically we use GPFS or Lustre or Weka. Weka's a big one now. Yeah, Xshunya, that's the goal. The goal for me is to have you guys out there organizing and not needing me anymore. I joke around about the goal of this was never to be the Scott show. It was always to be getting you guys into doing this stuff professionally. So yeah, that's the goal of the group. King Subaki, what have you been looking around on? We got some places out here where we have like deals. They'll just put a bunch of hardware on a old pallet, and then you can get the whole pallet. Although I don't really like doing that because I don't like filtering through like 50 items to get like 10 good ones. You know, and then just turn all the old ones into parts. Plus, the wife would get mad at me if I just filled the garage up with bullshit. Facebook Marketplace, nice. You guys see Ranger down there? That dog, man. Oh, look, he's stretching out because he's got a lot of sleeping still to do. That dog. Oh, you do need to keep yourself learning. That's sure, SWK, for sure. Yeah, I mean, as part of the group here, too, is we just... I find out, I mean, people are constantly posting stuff up about new technologies and new things to look at. But I'm a big fan of keeping yourself sharp on the command line, because if you understand how the system is interacted with, I think that you'll be able to install anything, you'll be able to troubleshoot anything, you'll be able to help get that stuff going. What am I going to buy? I'm going to buy her a something. Yeah. Oh, buy it to her, give her a gift on the 26th. Yeah. That's her actual birthday, Akshanya. Her birthday's the 26th, so I have to always trick her and not let the wife know that I know when her actually birthday. I always tell her, oh yeah, it's the 23rd this month, or it's 27th. I'll tell her friends. They'll be like, oh, I bet your husband knows when her birthday is, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's the 24th. I never give the right day, guys. I never give the right day because I don't want the wife to know if I ever do forget. She can always just think I'm messing around for the rest of my life. But one day I will forget, and I'll be like, it's the 20... and I don't want her to know that I'm not kidding. So, yeah, I'm playing the long game with her. So, all right. Yeah, our environment's looking clean. Things are going well. We're not working too hard. We're not working too hard today. I was kind of hoping Fisherman would stop by, because I know he's, he knows he's around here somewhere. Would I ever consider MacBook Pro? I mean, if the company were to buy me a MacBook or I were to use it, I would use it. Here's the thing, I don't care. Like, I would use a Mac. I've had an iPhone before for work. Like, how I get into whatever I'm doing is like the least of my concern. So, like, as long as that MacBook allowed me to pull up a command terminal like this, that's all I would care about. Because once I get here, if I can SSH over to my environment, like, I could technically, like, I could connect to this in this same look here from any type of device. You know, like, I could, yeah. I don't think I'd mind a MacBook in any way. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a message from Slack. Let's see what's going on here. But yeah, I'll use any tool the company wants to give me. I think I told you guys, like, twice I've run Linux professionally. Once, like, on a desktop. Once was at Lockheed, where internally I just didn't have connection to the internet anyway, so that's what I did, and I wrote all my stuff there. And then one other time was when I was at Best Western for a little bit. Are there Mac Mini deals right now? Hold on. Oh, whoops. What's going on here? Get out of there. Mac Mini deals. But the other part of it, too, is I'd have to switch over. In my mind, I'd have to do so much switching over to, like, all of their back end and all of that stuff that I feel like it would be a hassle. All right, so $5.99 is Best Buy. We can only get cheaper from there, I'm sure. Mac Mini, Amazon is $4.69. Hold on, guys, I gotta... Sorry, I'm getting a text or message from somebody at work. What's the M4? Hold on. Oh, Mac Mini M4. Hold on. I was looking. I was writing something up with one of the other guys. So don't get any of these Mac Minis unless it's an M4. You're saying? Who the hell's this BH promo? I don't know who any of these are. Mac Mini M4. Guys. I know nothing about Macs at all. Literally nothing. I mean, I've used them a little bit to help people with stuff. 574. What I do need to do, so I do need to buy a new laptop for Alienware. Let's see what Alienware deals they have. Oh, they got some Black Friday Alienware deals. So, gaming laptop, model R2. So I need to pick up my stepson has a laptop that we bought him a few years back. It's a real nice gaming one because he was going to college, and I told the wife, I was like, why don't we just get him like a nice gaming laptop, because even if he's just going to college and doing stuff, there's no engineering thing he won't be able to do on a gaming laptop. You know, like let's say because he was doing, I think he was originally doing like he's jumped through a few different things, but anyways, the point is a gaming laptop can handle all that other stuff. And if you have any GPU processing you need to do for any engineering applications, you immediately have it right in your laptop, right? Well, fast forward a few years later, he's still going to school. He's got a family now and stuff, but I know he's going to need a newer laptop soon. So I told the wife, I was like, why don't we just get him a new laptop, you know? And she said, well, you figure it out with him and plan it out. And I'm like, all right, well, that's not that big of a deal. But main thing for me with laptops, I know this is going to sound weird, I will not do a laptop if it doesn't have a 10 key on the right side of it. Like he needs that, like he needs a bigger monitor, you know? So anyway, so how about we put some GPU in the home labs? Shunya, I'll tell you what, if I can get a hold of some high-speed back-end networking for InfiniBand, and if I get a hold of some GPUs, we could build us out a real HPC environment. We can do, guys, we could do some fake F around like HPC stuff now, and we could submit workloads, and we could do high-performance compute-like stuff. We'll just be doing it like on one of those old Gremlins. If you guys have ever seen like an old Gremlin car, like what is it? Hold on. You guys have ever seen an old Gremlin, right? Could you imagine taking this little AMC Gremlin here and hooking up like a 40,000 pound trailer to it or something? Probably not work very well. Well, it's the same kind of thing with like our system. I could make our system function like a real HPC, but the problem is it'll be like hooking up a big old trailer to one of these little guys. Look at this piece of shit. just garbage. Anyways. All right, hold on. I just wanted to look at this. So look, I have a Dell G15 laptop. This is a laptop I have. I don't think I bought mine for this cheap though. Well, let's go look what Dell's got them for. That's a G16. This is a G15. This is very similar to mine. But mine was i7 when I bought it. Now they're i9s. Windows 11. I was Windows 10 when I bought this like when I started streaming. I have 64 gigs of RAM in mine, even though mine's only an i7. And mine's not an AMD, mine's an i. So one of these ones. What are these specs? Up to 32. Yeah, I got that. Car's so ugly. Yeah. Well, speed InfiniBand probably, if I got an older one, it would probably be like an FDR. So I'd probably be able to get up to like 100 gig. The ones I work with at work are EDR, and they're 200 gigabytes per second. So, and we tend to look at when we look at well, actually that would be gigabits per second on the quad rate. But I always look at things. I've shown you guys. I always look at things for testing. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like I need to get. My boss keeps all of his old stuff, like and we get stuff from jobs that we do, and because we do a lot of high performance compute. That's what my company does. Redline Performance is all that's all we do is high performance compute stuff. My boss is constantly getting stuff, and then every now and then he'll be like, "Yeah, I gave away some of this stuff to whoever or whatever," and I was like, "You should donate it to the ProLug group over here." I've never bothered to make our group like a 501 whatever, but if I did that, I could probably get it. Yeah, any of that stuff's fast. All right, sorry. I'm getting I was getting pinged by one of the guys at work, so I just want to make sure I. Yeah, see you, King Subaki. Thanks for coming around. Thanks for hanging out while you were at work. Hopefully, the end of the day didn't get too crazy for you. So, let's see. Hold on. I want to see. I'll probably get him another Alienware. I just wanted to look. What options are there? Lenovo's got some gaming stuff. I remember one time, guys, you guys are going to think I'm joking, but I'm going to tell you this right now. This was about 4 or 5 years ago. This was when I was buying Bradley his computer. I went to... What the hell's the name of these different... Hold on. What's another big gaming laptop name? Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to find this one, and you guys aren't going to believe it. Here it is, the ROG by Asus. Have you guys ever heard of these guys, Republic of Gamers? I'm going to tell you something right now that you guys aren't going to believe me, or you guys are going to call me a boomer, or you guys are going to call me whatever. By the way, technically, I'm the oldest of the millennials. I was born in 81, so I want to show you guys something, though. I came here years ago. I tried to buy Bradley, my stepson, a laptop on here. I came to the Republic of Gamers site, just like this, right? ROG, Republic of Gamers, Scar, nice laptops. There were nice laptops all over the site. Guys, I was like 37-ish. This was a few years back. Like 37-ish. So I was still pretty young as far as that goes. I've been on web pages literally since 93, guys. Hold on. I could not, on this page back then, this was years ago, I could not find where to buy their fucking laptop. It was like this. It had all this stuff. Now see, up here I can see where I can select it right now. So I think this is a fixed problem. Yeah. There was no... Guys, I was all over this Republic of Gamers page. This was probably about 7 years ago. I was taking screenshots and going, they do not fucking want me to buy this thing. I was like tech specs and a war, and I was like, dude, I was looking everywhere. They did not have a buy button. I was so fucking mad. Anyways, I'll probably buy him something. Let's see what this one goes. Ooh, 112, 12, only 16. No. We need to go higher than that. Come on, guys. Audio. Some of you guys probably know audio in the computer world maxed out somewhere in the late 90s. Doesn't really get any nicer. Oh yeah, it gets a little more surround soundy, but the ability to output more signals hasn't really changed. That's 10 pounds. Not quite 10 pounds. Like 7 and some change. I just don't see why. Good 18-inch display. Gig graphics card. Anyways, yeah, I'm probably gonna look to get something for the old grand. All right, or not the grandkid. In that case, he's the stepson. But then we do have a grandkid. All right. Anyways, we'll look into that. How's Ranger doing? Ranger's slowly sliding him. Yeah. My thing is, I've just been an old man since I was 22, though, because, you know, I turned 22 in Iraq, so I've basically been a curmudgeon since then. All right. Where are we at here, guys? We're not working too hard. We're kind of checking everything out. No, I was around before that guy. I'm pretty sure that guy was in Afghanistan too, the guy in the SpongeBob boxers. No, I'm pretty sure I was around before him. And I'm pretty sure that guy, if I'm thinking of the same guy, I'm pretty sure he was in Afghanistan. Afghanistan had significantly more hills in it than Iraq. I never went to Afghanistan. I only ever did Iraq. But my younger brother Tommy did go to Afghanistan. He's come to talk to you guys a few times as well. Yeah. My brother Tommy came and talked to the group in August, and he did data analytics stuff. And it was funny. He actually pulled a bunch of data into like data Power BI and some other transform tools and just did all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, Akshanya, thanks for coming by. You missed Iraq twice? Oh, yeah. Well, the first Iraq I was too young to go to. I think I was about 12 when the first one happened in 93. So, yep, I was a little too young for that. Or was that 92, 93? So I would have been 11 or 12. Yeah, Z-Love, but boomer, being called a boomer is like a common, it's like a common insult. Yeah, in during the first one, got out before Iraq 2.0. Good. Street Track, you said you got the Asus G4 Zephyrus, and it's been getting me through all my Linux IT stuff. Small portable, haven't had time to even install Steam. Yeah, Street Track, for Bradley, the stepson, he I'm trying to think of him, like, he's still going to school. I don't even know what he's doing now. I thought he was doing software engineering last I heard, but he's switched like his major like 4 times, and he's got a little baby, so it's like, well, this baby's our grandbaby. He's 4 now, but it's like, hopefully he finds what he wants to do and does it. But I know we got him, I bought it for him, but I think it was right around the time me and the wife got married. No, we've been married over 5 years now, so no, it was probably like one of the first Christmases or something. But anyways, the point is, he probably needs a newer laptop again now, so we'll just treat him, help him out a little bit, you know. And it's just good to help the family out when they need it. Good to be in a position to help the family out if they need it, you know. That's always a good thing to do. So, HP Omen laptops. Let's go check. Oh, they do have gaming laptops. Okay. I am a bit overly picky, so I would like for me, I would only ever buy at least this because again, I need a. Although it's funny because I almost always use a separate. I don't really ever go off of my laptop unless I am somewhere, but I need 10 key. Like I use 10 key, probably more than is healthy. Um, what? They got some nice microphones. You guys know I just use a Blue Yeti. Blue Yeti's a pretty good little microphone for most of the things you could use it for. Yeah, no, some of these don't look bad. I would probably, if I were to like buy one of these, I would definitely pump up. Like if we were Esports Pro, let's bump up the value. Hold on, in silver, I don't care the color of it, but we would definitely. So it's i7, so it's a little bit older. Excuse me. And it doesn't have, that's not a super over the top card at any. We do want better memory. So 32 gigs is good. Don't want any of that crap. Nope. Nope. Nicer battery. Always get a better battery. This wouldn't be bad. I want to say the first one I bought from was around 3K, so I wouldn't want to downgrade him too much. But this would be kind of like a family level. Like this would be like a family type Christmas present for all of them. I think they're coming out here in a few weeks too. Maybe they're going to be out here next weekend now that I think about it. So every time the grandbaby's here, the grandbaby always hangs out with us the whole time. So it's a big thing. The wife loves him being around. He's a good kid. So my buddy tracks items of value to a lot of people, and the people means computer people. Same thing sets the baseline in August, September, October, and November. Then routinely these things get marked up and are then 30 to 50% discounted for Black Friday. Oh, 100%. We were just talking about this earlier, Z-Love, the way that stuff happens. The way how, like, if you look on Woot, and Woot is, 78 or 90% off, but then you go look at the same thing on Amazon, and you're like, well, what the hell are you marked off from? Because over here on Amazon, its normal price is barely more than that. So what are you marked off from? It's the same company. Woot's owned by Amazon now. So the thing the internet said was impossible. Oh, Z-Love, yeah. What's the thing that the internet said was impossible? You know what is? There's one thing that, well, I was going to say there's one thing that's impossible, but it's not impossible if you're a congressman or a congressperson. I was going to say you can't beat the market consistently on your stock picks and not have an SEC violation set against you. You will be investigated for an SEC violation. And if you ever do beat it, you will be investigated. No, I'm not saying you can't beat it. I'm saying you can't beat it without. You cannot beat it without an SEC violation looking. Oh, but they're gonna ride the risk rate, right? They're gonna basically stay right at the market. And if they're all consistently doing it, then that is the rate of return for the market. But anyways, the point is, if you ever consistently beat it, you will have an SEC violation and investigation opened on you. So, yeah, because the theory is in a perfectly balanced market, and if you mitigate all risk, you will make the market return rate. So, yeah. Yeah, the best way is to get. Actually, guys, haven't you guys ever seen? I don't. I mean, I don't want to like say anything political here. I don't do that here. But if you go look at some people, just follow around senators' picks, and then they figure out. They figure out, hey, if I follow this one person, yeah. If I just follow this one person, I would make this much money. Yep. And I'm not gonna say any because I don't want to be political, but I think you guys know, and they show how much these people make by investing right before something is passed, and it's kind of interesting. What did you know, and when did you know it? That's always the question, right? Yeah, right before COVID was wild too, for sure. um, all right, I'm reading shit on my phone. I should be here hanging out with you guys. Yeah, SWK. I'll tell you what. I look at that sometimes and I go, I make more than these politicians do. So yeah. Trust me on that. I definitely understand. All right, what else do we got here, guys? Let's go look. Let me link, if anybody doesn't know, we've got a nice little place for you guys to hang out, talk shop. There's study groups down there. Everything in there's free. Discord's always free. I'll link this over to you guys over here again. Um, but yeah, you guys are welcome to hang out down there. We don't work too hard. We've got projects and stuff going on in there. We've got a Linux systems administration course going on. And anybody that's not part of that group is welcome to go hang out down there. So even when I got to get off here in a little bit, you'll still be able to hang out with, and talk with other people that are doing stuff. We got a bunch of events. Actually, let me pull up. I think I can pull up Discord. Where's Discord at? Boom. Discord. There we go. I'll put Discord in front though. So there's Discord up front. Boom. And anyways, anybody that jumps in here, you come in the welcome. The bot welcomes you. You can look around. I always tell people come down here to the beginner start here. This shows you playlists for things. There's like a beginner start here thing. There's a whole bunch of free certs that are out there that you can go take. And then down here under Prolog projects, you can look at here's all the Linux systems administration stuff. So if you want to get into the discussions, if you want to get into the labs, do all that kind of stuff, it's all there for you guys to mess with. So something to think about. Again, I'm not going to make anybody do anything, but there's a lot of stuff for people that want to get professionally into doing this stuff. A lot of I try to give you guys a lot of resources and stuff. Who spends 400 million or 1 billion to get a job for 4 years that pays less than 2 million for it? Yeah. Well, it's just it's all the other peaks, all the other nice things that can happen during that time for people, I guess. Arth Vader, you said, I have a question. Why do Azure Ops seem like such a mess? Is there a method to all the madness, layers, or is it just complex and I'm not used to it? Arth Vader, for me, everything to the cloud, everything touching the cloud for me, it's best for me if I can deploy it via command line, infrastructure as code stuff. And then all my monitoring in the cloud, I know at least for like Azure, they try to force you into their, I think it's their Sentinel tool, and really they only want you to interact with it like through that tool in like an automated way. At least that's kind of what I've seen in Azure. I haven't done a lot of professional work with Azure. I know some of the other guys have, but that's kind of what it seems like to me. So, yeah. Yeah, they definitely are a whole different beast from what I'm used to on the AWS side of things. Yeah. Yeah, Azure is a big old messy thing. I've never run them professionally though, and they do definitely want you to do everything over there. So that's sure. I teach some of their stuff. I have a network 350 class that's literally all just Azure stuff, and it's just it's basically just a big old mess of big old mess of just stuff they want you to do. Changes every month. Yeah. I've never documented. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, if you're the only one that knows how anything works. It's job security, right? At that point. Right. So now I gotta decide. I already had lunch. That was a while ago. I should figure out if there's anything else we need to do here. Or maybe I'll call the stream for a little bit, and then maybe we'll hop on later. Oh, there's Wear My Teeth. How's it going? We've been doing good. We're not working too hard. We're just kind of hanging out and talking shop a little. We are just mostly been telling people about system stuff. Oh, Salty just got back to me. Said that he's been super busy, but we want to get Salty back in because he was the one that was running the Blitzcrank bot. And I think some people want to use that as like a project, so that would be kind of cool if Salty's back around. He's been working a lot at his new gig, so. But yeah, Wear My Teeth. We're just kind of hanging out, not doing much. Yeah, Salty Catfish is definitely he's definitely a League of Legends player. Oh yeah, I can see that. Wear My Teeth. I'm just glad I teach Monday and Tuesday nights, so now tonight I don't have anything, but I do have a paper to write before midnight, so I'll. But it's only it's only 750 to 1,000 words. So when you write that all out, oh, it's not 752,000 words. Jesus, it's only 750 to 1,000 words. Man, that was funny. That thing said I had 752,000 words. That's a whole novel, guys, if you don't know. In fact, there's a fun project that's actually running right now. If you guys know about, not No Shave November, but there's a project called NaNoWriMo, and it's too late now for you to start it. But NaNoWriMo is you write a novel in November. You start on November 1st, and you write about 5,000 words a day, and you will get to, at the end of it, if you've never been to nanowrimo.org, they will have you writing a novel. That's a pretty fun little thing. I've participated in it. I've never finished. Some of you guys know I've been writing most of my adult life, but I'm not an author in that sense. But there's a whole bunch of stuff there for you guys to do if that's interesting to you. Anyways, it's running right now, so there would be no real reason to get involved with it. But, and then some of you guys with college, right? Like I don't write a lot for pleasure anymore because I have college stuff that I'm writing. Like I have too much doctoral dissertation stuff to work on, so that on top of my normal work would just fucking crush me, you know? I mean, not that I didn't just spend the last 4.5 hours messing around here, but I mean, obviously I was doing some work, but yeah. I do all my work off stream though. Oh man, what are you, Allosaurus Rex over here? Let me clean up my voicemails. Gotta clean up my visa, or my visa. I need to clean up my voicemails because everybody thinks they're important enough to leave messages nowadays. Just want to kick them all over to Kit Boga and let him deal with them all. A bunch of scammers. You guys know who Kit Boga is? He's like a kind of popular streamer on Twitch that does just scam scammers all days. It's really funny. His stuff's pretty good. He just got a whole bunch of little voice alters, and he just talks to like everybody like he's an old lady or he's whatever. Oh yeah, wear my teeth. Like 750 to 1,000 isn't even a problem. His stuff's pretty good. His Kit Boga's stuff is pretty fun. Yeah, he's gotten the police involved. That's 100% sure. Yeah, he gets scammers. He gets their bank accounts and then he reports them. He's basically like a hall monitor that's actually fun to watch. Cause like, I mean, yeah, like if you ever dealt, I've had good friends get scammed. Like people that I know are pretty smart in other ways, and they've still gotten scammed because somebody just convinces them that they're real, and then they go along with it, and next thing they know, they're out a few $1,000 or something. I'm like, man, you know, and they get them in really clever ways too. Oh yeah, working in telecom, they give you a bad name. Yeah. Yep, I can see that. Oh yeah. Why are you making penguins do your work? I'm actually not working too hard right now. That's animal abuse. That's fair enough. Yeah, but he's not working too hard. And Ranger's down there not doing too much either. That's my dog Ranger. How dare you? That's what Greta Thunberg says. She is roundly, even by people that like her, and even by people that like what she says, she is pretty much roundly mocked in America. I don't know if she is around the world, but in America, she is just a meme trope, and that's kind of funny to me. I'm a big fan of memes in any general way. I don't care what the contexts are. Isn't her name Greta like Thunberg or Thornburg or something? She's the girl that says, "How dare you?" That one. I think that's what was being referenced over on the Twitch side here. Huh. Yeah, Ranger's a pretty good dog. Ranger doesn't work too hard. He keeps us safe. He doesn't even have to pick his head up. He knows all he's got to do is give me one good bark. If he gives me one good bark, we're good. That's all Ranger needs to do. But he's getting old. Street Track, you said you have a technical interview for a Cloud Linux administrator coming up on Friday. What are questions you'd like? Are you saying questions I would ask back to the interviewer? Things that I would ask back would be, you know, what technologies do you have here? Hold on, let me open my log sec. So technical questions back to interviewer. If this is what you're saying, right? Street Track, I would say, what technologies in the cloud are you using? Now, if it's very clear that you're using like AWS or something, right? Then like let's say you already know this. You already know this. Then you would say like how much is, you know, virtual container, maybe virtual container, serverless. Like that might be something I would want to know, because then I would know what my workflow every day would look like. I would just need to know, hey Harold, how's it going? We're not working too hard here today. We're just kind of hanging out, and somebody just asked me about what I would be doing if I had technical questions for like a cloud Linux administrator job. And what I was saying is what I would be asking them is, what technology are you using? If it's AWS and you know this. Oh, Street Track, you're talking questions that I would ask you. Oh, well, give me a second. I'll show you those. But I'm saying questions that you would ask back to them. And another one would be, what are your pain points with the cloud currently? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you're ever in a technical interview, guys, if you're ever in a technical interview and somebody says, do you have any questions for us? I'm going to tell you right now, this 100%, Harold will back me up as a Microsoft MVP. I have never worked in any of the same companies as Harold. But I'm going to tell you right now, he's probably sat on interviews like I've sat on interviews. And when somebody says, what are your pain points within X technology, I sit back and I look up at the sky and I smile and I go, oh, where do I begin? And I'll start telling you my pain points. And so as somebody who, as an interviewee, you want to engage the person, you have immediately engaged them in, they are now on the, I don't want to say the defensive, but they're now immediately saying, well, what is the things that I think about? And then you could sit there and kind of agree with them and go, oh yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen a similar thing. That have you guys thought of this and this? And my point is, it's just one of those things that kind of amuses them because they've thought about it often and they've probably complained to their peers about things. And now they're thinking about how they can use you or how you understand those things to help them fix them. And I think that that's a very valuable question to kind of endear yourself. What are your current pain points with the cloud or whatever you're doing, right? Okay, let me see if I have notes on this. Hold on, I got to go look at my notes. And questions. Let me look at my questions here. Questions. Questions, find in all open documents. I have my general Linux engineer questions that I ask. I have my security engineer questions. I don't have any directly to, yeah, I smile up at the sky kind of, yeah. Street Track, I don't have any specifically for cloud stuff right here, but I guess, yeah, I would ask, or I would be expected to ask what kind of deployments you've done. So think about what you understand about deployments into the cloud, what you understand about security in the cloud. You should understand, and this is just true of anybody doing any cloud work in general, you should understand that everything you do in the cloud is an API call. Whether you are sitting at a console, or you are using AWS PowerShell, or you're using Azure CLI, or any of these things that are out there. There's so many tools to connect into all of these different things. But at the end of the day, it's always an API call. It's always secured with a key pair, typically, like different types of keys. By giving them that chance, you become more than an ugly bag of mostly water sitting across the Yeah, Harold, I'm a big fan of, I remember very early on when I was a kid, my dad taught me about, there was a guy who wrote How to Win Friends and Influence People. And the number one rule of how to win friends and influence people was talk about people about things that they want to talk about. If you sit around and talk about what you like, some people aren't going to like you. But if you always talk to people about what they like, people love fucking talking about themselves. That's probably most people's favorite subject. So ask them about what they're doing. Ask them about their hobbies. Ask them about that kind of stuff. And you'll find that people always like that. And they, Z-Love, that's funny. But Street Track, yeah. So they're going to ask you about deployments you've done. And if you understand from like a security standpoint that it's always an API call, your keys are critical. You never put your keys into any of your Git commits. You never even commit them locally before pushing up, because then they're still in an older version of the commit and people can still fetter that out and pull that out of your stuff. As long and then be able to describe, because something that I think a lot of people like to ask if you're in like just a general engineering role is they like to ask your workflow. Like they'll ask you like, well, how do you like to get stuff done? Like you come to a new company, you sit down at a new terminal, what do you do? And for me, it's like I set up my basics of my environment. I make sure that I can jump into my primary jump box. I make sure that I can execute root or whatever permission sets that I have at the time. And then I start finding if I can hit all of the inventory that I know of. I look for documentation around the inventory. I document everything. Like one of the things, I was also talking about this the other day. One of our guys had just gotten a job and they said, what should I do the first week? And I said, document everything you do for onboarding. And this is something I would also tell them in an interview. I would document everything I do in my onboarding so that the next person that comes along, when they ask me, as they invariably will be told, hey, go ask him. He's the most recent one to go through it. I can give them an exact document of how that walkthrough happened. Like, how did I get in? What what meetings did I need to know about? What really good documentation was there? What documentation did I find lacking? Oh, and by the way, here it is because I wrote it. And I'm telling you right now, like, you do that kind of stuff, if you document simple shit, people will think you're like the best engineer ever. And I know that because people think I'm a good engineer, and it's because I document stuff well. Building net apps in something called user secrets, only been around since like 2017. Nice. Yeah, and in Kubernetes, there's ways to serve and keep secrets. In Docker, you can save secrets by pulling them in at runtime. But you won't really deploy many things in your career from Docker unless you're doing it locally. But when you go to push things up into Kubernetes, we save them in secrets and stuff. So yeah, just know a few ways that kind of works. Street Track. If you can know before you go in there, if they're mostly in Azure, Google Cloud Platform, Alibaba, Oracle, AWS shop, that's going to save you a lot of stuff you need to know. And then just know the basics. I mean, obviously you're going for a cloud technology job, so know the basics, understand your identity and access management, how you get access to the cloud, how you give other people access to the cloud, because maybe that's going to be one of your roles. Most of the things, especially if you're using like AWS or Azure, most of the things that they could possibly ask you will have a template to it. So they might ask you, how do you give like block blob storage contributor access to a principal? And you go, well, I don't know. I haven't done that exact thing, but I do understand role-based access control and principles. So I can take a user, I can take a existing contributor access role for my blobs and either modify it or use it exactly as it is and apply it to a role and then drop that user in a role, and I would have sufficiently given them the permissions they needed. And even if I'm not an expert in Azure permissions, I know all those basic pieces, and I know that those pieces would work as I just described, even though if you pressed me and told me to do it right now with like a foot on my neck, I couldn't do it. I'd be like, I don't even remember how to get in my Azure environment, right? But my point is, I understand these tools, and that's what I would say is like the major questions you're going to get are going to be around deploying things, maintaining things, and security of things. Security of things tends to be users, and then also through so whatever your tool is, just understand those basic things. Yeah, go through your ACLs and comment. Yeah. And they're probably going to ask how you worked with a team and if you've done like Git commits and those kind of things. And you can't really fake that stuff, so don't try to, say, hey, I've done Git commits, but only on my own. I've got my own little Git profiles and stuff. If you've worked with teams, please talk to it and tell them about it. But don't ever try to, like I tell people all the time, don't try to bullshit on interviews. I know that there's a thing like, lie with whatever you can to get through. Yeah, because if I catch you in a lie, I'm immediately going to hammer you as hard as I can on my next questions. I hate being lied to. And you might say, why are you such an asshole about lying? Because if any of you guys were just here when I was talking about what engineers do, we deal in truth. As engineers, we literally deal in truth. Ones and zeros. Ask how you handle a merge conflict. Yeah, but if you're if it's a junior role, it's perfectly acceptable to say, you know what, I'd look it up for 5 minutes and then I'd go to my junior or my senior guy. I'm telling you. Yeah, because if you're new, don't expect, and as Z loves saying, asking how to handle a merge conflict is a big part of being more senior in that space. Yeah. So I'm telling you, if you're junior ever, one of the most correct answers is, I don't know, I would try, and then I would call for help. Yeah, it's so easy to find out. Like, Harold, I tell people all the time, and I know this sounds like super cocky, but this is not a cocky thing because I realized this when I was a very junior engineer. I can mostly tell within about 3 minutes of talking to another engineer if they're operating on the same wave level as me. And that's not saying I'm smarter than them. I'm just saying, like, maybe they've never seen this technology. Maybe they have no idea what I'm talking about. But I can tell very quickly. And I know other engineers can too, because I know guys who, if you came at them with the wrong types of questions, they would just turn back to their terminal and ignore you while you were still standing in their cubicle. I knew guys that would do that to people. But, yeah. I use that today when going on a new client. Yeah. Yeah, I love one of my favorite terms, Harold, is swag. I can give you swag, scientific wild ass guess. I always like that. A scientific wild a guest. A guess. Not a though. It just won't say this PowerPoint with its really nifty little closed captioning here will not swear for me. Yeah, I got lots of those. Yeah. I know how a lot of things work, and I can typically figure out how other things that are similar will work. But yeah, I don't always know the answer. So I tell you guys all the time. I will look stuff up though. Yeah, scientific wild ass guess is one of my favorite ones. Wild ass guess. Well, it's not going to say ass. I'm talking about a burro, a donkey, a type of a $sign. Oh man, it won't swear for me. Some of you guys have been around when I've been trying to swear on here, and it won't do it. But I wonder if there's certain things it doesn't consider swears. Like if I were to talk about a female, no, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say female dog, but I don't want to get myself banned. There's technical terms out here, guys. There are things that are technical, like industry terms. All right. What sweats more and smells worse? Oh my gosh. Yeah, don't ask those kind of questions, Z-Love. Street Track, I think you'll be fine. You just know what you know well. Consolidate at the level that you expect. I don't think you're going in for like a senior role, right? And just give them the right answers around what you know, and show them things that Be ready for people to ask you questions. By the way, people love to ask questions around what's a time when you did the best you could and still failed, and the answer to that is I did everything and some projects still failed because the company didn't go that direction. It's not that big of a deal, right? And you could do the best you can and still fail in a project because nobody else did any work. I mean, that's, but I also wouldn't be too overly negative about my coworkers, obviously, in a discussion. But yeah, be ready to answer questions like that. Be ready to answer questions about what you feel like you could know better, right? You could always just say, hey, I feel like I know security pretty well, but I think I could know certificates better. I feel like I could, maybe understand how that works a little better, and that kind of stuff. Oh, the MS term. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of those around. We were just talking about that with Kubernetes the other day. Kubernetes used to have master and slave nodes too, and you couldn't do that. Do you guys know my favorite one that you really can't say anymore is Stoneth? Do you guys know what Stoneth, Stonith is? It's a high performance, high availability term, but it comes from an acronym STOMITH. Shoot the other mother in the head. But Stoneth is shoot the other node in the head, and it deals with a power outage to keep a split brain from occurring in a cluster. And one node will actually Stoneth the other node by kicking its IPMI power out from under it with heartbeat. So if one node sees that the other node isn't carrying its weight, it kills it, and it takes over all its disks or whatever the service is. So, I've heard problems with you can't say post-mortem. Post-mortem offends dead projects that are dead. Can't use post-mortem anymore. Now we got to say after-action reviews or yeah. And then shoot the other node in the head while it's shooting, so it's bad. And then what's the other one that you don't use anymore? You don't use brown bag. I don't know why. I grew up taking a brown bag to lunch for school every day. I don't know why saying having a brown bag lunch event is a problem, but it is. I don't know. I think people make stuff up, really. Like I'm Irish, Am I allowed to say to people that me and my older brother are Irish twins? Me and my brother Steve are Irish twins. That's a derogatory term. Do you guys know what Irish twins are? Me and my brother are 355 days apart. We are not a year apart. Yeah, Irish twins are hilarious. And then there's the Simpsons episode where Marge had a black eye, and she wouldn't talk to Homer, so he couldn't figure out what happened. And when he saw Police Chief Wiggum, he goes, "Oh, Homer, giving your wife Irish kisses, I see." And that was always just super, super funny. Yeah, and the closer to 9 months, the more Irish twins you are. That's fair, too. But I just remember him telling Homer about giving your wife Irish kisses, and that's always cracked me up, coming from an Irish family. Where my dad, like, I'm of normal height. I'm about 5'11", but my dad's like 5'6", so he's basically a little leprechaun, a little angry leprechaun. So... I think two of my brothers are 6 feet tall or taller, and then I'm like the third tallest, I think, and then one of my brothers is like 5'7", and I think the other one is like 5'10" or 5'11" as well. So yeah. Oh, you say refinement in a sprint? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I can see that. I do remember when we went from master branch to main branch. And I remember a few years back when Linus Torvalds made sure that nothing committed into the kernel had the word master in it anymore. It all had to be main. So that happened a few months back. Yeah, Z-Love, I don't know what they want me to say, because I do brown bags at work. I do brown bag like lunch projects where we just kind of sit around during our lunch and hang out. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I gotta go check on this project. I don't think anybody's gonna be on, but I'm gonna go check anyways. All right, give me 1 second here, guys. I need to put you guys on chat on mute for a second. Sorry.
Yes, Scott.
Put my microphone back on for you guys. Put the desktop audio back on for you guys. Okay. You guys should hear me again. Sorry, I had a quick meeting. There wasn't really much going on there, but it's Let's make sure media player's on. Let me go stream and chill. Okay, good. You guys got the media player. Good, good, good. All right, all right. Who's leaving? Yeah, there's a whole lot of things like that. I don't know who I was missing. Who was leaving? I was telling one of the other guys to leave. Not you guys. You guys don't have to leave. I was just I had a quick work call, but nobody's around right now. So, what else? What other questions might you want to know? Technical questions. Make sure for you that you just know, yeah, how you would deploy something. If it's Azure, you've got your ARM templates, right? If you're dealing in AWS, you're dealing with what the hell do they call those? CloudFormation, right? So this is what I would know about things. Street Track, I'm back on your thing. I'm just thinking out loud, but like, how would I deploy things? And then maybe a big one in the cloud is, they might ask you, how would you troubleshoot something? And there's always logs, right? There's always logs. If they have monitoring, CloudWatch or whatever tool. Azure has a whole lot with this tool called like Sentinel, where they really try to feed everything over into there. Yeah, just be ready to talk about these different things. They're going to ask you about deploying. They're going to ask you about troubleshooting. They're 100% for sure going to ask you about identity and access management. So whatever cloud you think they're going to do, like if you know it's AWS, go read a little bit about how that works. And if you know it's going to be Azure, use them. Whatever it is, like make sure you know how that kind of, know what the best practices are. If you can at least speak to the best practices of a thing, that's better than nothing, right? And when we deal in the cloud, appeal to authority is not a logical fallacy. So normally appealing to authority is like where you say something like, well, Scott, why do you believe that way? And I'm like, well, because the boss said it. Well, that's not a very good like logical argument. But if the cloud says the best way to do something is not to log in through the root user, well, they're right because they're the cloud, right? They work mainly in AWS. Okay. Well, then, yeah, go spend a little bit of time around the AWS stuff. And the ways that I would get the knowledge for AWS, especially their identity and access management, is there's some really good talks from, what was her name? I think it was Becky Weiss or Rebecca Weiss. She had a really good set of talks on, let me pull this up real quick. Hold on. YouTube. Let's see what she had on YouTube here. Look, they're all trying to get me to go join a bunch of stuff too. Let's go to AWS and reInvent. Right, maybe AWS reInvent or any of these things. And then I think her name was Becky Weiss. I'm pretty sure. Cloud security, this one's probably a good one, but I think that name was right. Yeah, this may have been the best video I ever saw on.
All right.
This is, yeah, hold on. I'll link this to you. This is the best one right here that I saw on how to do
that we use internally,
like identity and access management, how it works in the cloud. I remember studying, I watched this video before I took my my security specialty in AWS, and this was a big part of me passing it, was her stuff, and I think this guy too.
AWS.
No, this is a girl. This is, who's this one? I don't know who this is. I didn't catch. I don't know who this one is. But anyways, yeah, like if you know you're going to be in AWS, spend some time and you want to like do well in that interview. Go watch those on 1.75, and if you can at least give them 10 or 5 hours, you can listen to almost 10 hours worth of material, and that's one of the good ones right there. So there we go. That's something to think about. Street Track. All right, where are we at here? You guys know we're not working too hard. And this was the chaos engineering stuff with Dastragon. Some of you guys haven't done any chaos engineering, but there's some really good stuff in here. Really good books and technologies and talks on it. You guys can hop in there if you need it. Really just good articles and stuff about those topics there. So spend some time in there. Huh, Ranger's stretching out because he's got a long day of more sleeping ahead of him. That dog, man. He's literally gonna sleep himself to death one day. Make sure these all look good still. They should, but we're gonna check them anyways. Make sure no other nodes are hung up. All right. We found one of them messed up earlier, and I was telling you guys how, you know, the labs are made to be busted up. So I don't expect them to all be clean every time I find them. So. Uh-oh, what is this? Excuse me. All right. All right, where are we at here? Oh, freaking Ranger. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going to go peacefully in his sleep. That's for sure. That dog, man. And it's like... It's probably like... It's typically 73 degrees downstairs because it's warmer in Phoenix. But right now it's only 76 outside, so I bet it's cooler downstairs. Because I don't think the AC's even had to pop on upstairs, you know. So downstairs is definitely cool. And it's getting cooler at night, so I know the house is getting cooler downstairs at night. So. But that's Ranger. What can you do? Alright. So we gotta figure out what else we're doing today. Alright. Well, we could play Brotato, or we could be done in I probably won't hop back on again tonight because I'm going to work on that paper and then relax. But let's see, tomorrow's Thursday. I don't normally stream on Thursdays, but I'm going to probably try to get some in tomorrow during the day. And then Friday we try to hop on and do a little bit of just end of the week stuff. I'm going to have the Linux stuff for Linux Systems Administration. Maybe we'll work on that a little bit tomorrow on stream. And I'll get that set up for you guys so that's all ready. And this week is going to be monitoring systems. So we're going to deal much more heavily in monitoring. Where the hell did that thing go? Hold on. Word. Boom. We're going to be working on monitoring systems this week. These are all the old sessions over here, so you guys can see all them. And I'm just going to get you guys into monitoring systems this next week, and then we'll keep thinking about that as we go through all the way to the end. So yeah, I think I'll probably hop off of here soon. But remember, guys, we do have a Discord. Discord's free. You guys can hang out there as much as you like. We've got almost 3,300 people in there now, so it's getting pretty popping down there. As far as like, there's a lot of study stuff going. There's a lot of events, a lot of stuff to go do. But every Saturday we meet, and we're going to do monitoring systems this week, and then we're going to dig in and then hit some engineering, system hardening, Ansible, troubleshooting, and incident response. And then we'll close out. That'll be the whole 16-week course that we did, again, with our brown bag sessions. and we'll go from there. So, yeah, our Discord's got a lot of good stuff. We got a lot of sharp engineers down there doing a lot of good stuff, and a lot of good information pops up in there and stuff. So I hope you guys find it useful, right? So, all right, I'm going to find somebody to raid over on the Twitch side of things. Let's go to our little end of stream. Boom. Let's go find somebody to raid over on the Twitch side of things. On the YouTube side, I got nothing special for you, but you guys are always welcome to come hang out later. Let's go see who's on right now. Rob's on. Let's go hit Rob. Rob's going to do some Go stuff. It's all programming. It's all good for you. And let's go message over here. So, our raid message is do all the Linux if you guys do any of that stuff. And I will see most of you guys later on. Give it a second real quick. And we raid. Take care, guys.